Não diz. Salve galera, tudo bem com vocês? Felipe Senpai na área. Pera aí, deixa eu fazer com a esquerda. Senpai. Bora lá. Bora lá, bora lá. Vamos pro ato 4. O ato da cadeia. Pera aí, vamos pro ato 4. Estamos na metade de Fontaine, basicamente. Porque Fontaine são 6 atos. Ato 1, que é do viajante contra a foca. O ato 2, da nave contra o maníaco lá. E o ato 3 da cadeia. Aí vamos pro ato 3 da cadeia. Quer dizer, o ato 4 agora. E o 5 e 6 que eu não vou revelar o que é, né? Não vou dar spoiler pra vocês. Então estamos na metade. E até na metade da cadeia. Porque a cadeia vai fechar no ato 4. Então bora lá. Provavelmente 3, 4 vídeos de 1 hora. Então... Bora lá. Obrigado às 3, 2 pessoas mexendo. Batata compõe mais uma pessoa. Bora. Dia 10, né? Já de manhã. Mandou um pouquinho mais. Vamos usar os cupom pra pular amanhã.
Wait, look over there. Isn't that? It's one of LYNEY's cards.
Opa! Faz tempo, hein?
Let's see what's written on it. Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free day. Everyone has the day off today, which makes it the perfect time to do some investigating.
Boa!
It's been a while
Glória
since we last talked.
a Deus.
Have you
Glória a
been
Deus.
making any progress lately? Let's meet at our usual spot in the factory area before lunchtime. I have new information. Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the day off.
Aê!
From the sound of it, LYNEY's been making progress with his investigation. Wonder what he's discovered. We still have some time before we meet up. Let's talk with the people here for a bit more before we go.
Ato 4. Capítulo 4 a 4. Aproximação do apocalipse. Bora lá.
Ai, que dia isso?
Tantara, 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 tantara. A lua me traiu. Acreditei que era pra valer, entenderam?
There's a group of people over there. Let's go listen in.
So I said, that's not a faucet. Hey, who are you two? Why'd you come over all of a sudden?
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were talking about something private.
Caraca, todo mundo olhando pra nós.
What's the
Oi, meu chapa.
They're just looking to join in on our fun, that's all.
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that. Fine. You're lucky we don't mind extroverts then.
Obrigado, vocês são gente fina.
You hear that, Quisto? What nice!
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info, am I right? But before that, it just so happens that I know you two.
Really? Are we that famous?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself? Practically everyone was talking about it. Word has it that you also caused quite the kerfuffle.
Só errinho só.
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it. You see, people with a good attitude can join our group anytime, unlike some of the others here.
Your group?
Oi?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bros, but don't worry, we're not playing with bombs or anything. It's just that our information is always so explosive, and we blow minds on the regular.
So, you two really like to gossip? You sure know how to embellish.
No, you don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example, knowing who's working with whom, who has the latest rumors, who's not getting along. Wouldn't you like to know all that?
Opa, fala meu jovem.
Whoa,
Querendo
all
ficar
this
por dentro.
info's worth something, you know? You should prove you're worthy of it.
Cupom.
I don't mind him. Quisto's always this way. Just play nice and say something to massage his ego. The welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
A gente comeu uma refeição de graça ontem.
Right. That meal we had yesterday was super delicious. Paimon can still taste it whenever she closes her eyes.
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping out with making those welfare meals. I've been working as a kitchen assistant for about a month and a half now.
Oh, so you're the one who made those delicious steaks.
Ele que mandou aquele bagulho pra nós.
You could be a professional chef.
Aquela carne roxa.
You are correct. I am a true professional. In fact, I even went to culinary school. But enough about that. Since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share similar tastes. Listen carefully. This little bombshell will help you learn what's really going on here in the fortress.
Ele pescou pra mim. Não fica irritado, ele é um cara legal.
Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complicated. The overworlders couldn't care less about us down here. We're basically dogs to them. You've already met the one person here you should never cross, the Duke, Wriothesley. He knows more than you think. And if he doesn't care about something, then he often doesn't bother dealing with it.
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks. Even better treatment in the infirmary.
Ô, louco.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right? I don't think there's anything useful about him at all. Why does he visit the infirmary practically every day? Is it normal for anyone to be going in and out of there so often?
No.
If you ask me, he's just faking it to get out of work.
But did you know that Jurier was a talented researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute before he came here? There's no denying that.
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into MORRE. Once you're in the fortress of Meripede, you're just another inmate like everybody else.
Ah, alguém chamado Jureu vive na enfermaria. Ah.
Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he was passing by in the corridor with Lorvine. I also heard they started arguing in the library and got into a fight, right? Guess that's just how terrible of a guy he is.
You mean he hit a woman? Wow, I never imagined he was that
Vixe.
That Lorvine's also quite the She's always gabbing away, got into a fight with a man, and she also got sent to the infirmary. Come to think of it, I always see her going to the sick bay every couple of days too.
Wait a second. You don't think?
Relações sexuais.
But it's really hard to
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine beat Jurier to a pulp that one time. And we might be overthinking things.
Eu vou comer seu cu no meu...
Jureu teve encontro com uma Lorvine e visita a enfermaria toda hora. Legal, obrigado.
Look, there are some people talking over there. Let's listen in on the conversation.
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all a bunch of aristocrats. Do any of them give half a hoot about a bunch of dogs like us?
Hey, speak for yourself, mate. I'm no dog.
Oh, you think you're special or something? If you're here, then you're just a convict like the rest of us. I've heard that even if you're released after serving your sentence, going back to life on the surface ain't any better. Once a criminal, always a criminal. We're marked for life.
I don't buy that.
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone had to start over from nothing?
What kind of filthy bilgewater are you spewing? I have family up there. You best shut your sewer hole with talk like that.
Poxa.
Listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who says that you have to leave? I've heard that you can still stay here and work even after you've served your sentence. Not bad if you ask me.
Oxe.
Who wants to live in the ruddy overworld anyway?
And what makes you think they want to hire someone like you? That's one of the great mysteries of the universe.
Caraca, vai desmerecer mesmo?
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy about the... Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. Is that only something the inmates down here say?
Você tá certo.
That's true.
Ah, inútil é meu pau, filho. Deixa não. Pega ele, filho. Pega ele. Olha a planta do ódio aqui. Caraca. O que tá acontecendo contigo, Senpai? Acorda, Senpai. Pera aí. Pega ele não. Se amem, então.
Hey, you over there?
Familiares. Eu?
Yeah, you.
Não, Josué.
Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius.
Ah, não, pai.
Education,
Putz,
TCG?
não. Tem nego jogando isso até aqui embaixo.
Players are like mint in the wild, literally sprouting up everywhere.
Eu odeio TCG, mano.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow invocation aficionados? Anyway, care to join me for a game?
Obrigado, irmão, mas não.
All right.
Thanks,
no
brother, but
pressure.
no.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation in a place like this? Don't people usually come here to fight?
Whether you're throwing down cards or throwing punches, it's all a competition, isn't it? It's all the same in my eyes. There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, even outsiders from other nations play
Tá.
cards. So I came over to say hi.
Quer falar com nós um pouquinho?
Sure.
Great! Since you've been here longer than us, you need to flex your seniority a little bit, right? Maybe you could start by telling us newcomers some stories about this place.
I thought you would have already heard everything by now. All right, then. Did you have anything specific in mind? Or do you want me to just pick a topic?
Why don't you pick? We'll let you know if we've heard it already.
All right. Have you heard any strange rumors since you've arrived?
Sim.
Then, did you know that there are some people who are always gossiping over in the corner?
É aqueles dois, sim. Custou
Yes,
Laverone.
you've already met those two. They're quite a pair. They always keep an eye out for the latest happenings and gossip about everything. I've never seen anyone with more time on their hands. I heard that they used to be a chef and a bartender before they were sent down here. You know how bartenders are, always chatting with customers. And chefs love to pass the time just hanging out when they're not cooking.
Good to know. Do you have anything else to tell us?
Let me think. Sounds like you want to hear something a little more tantalizing. Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a convict in the fortress of Meripede before?
Huh? Wait, are you serious?
That's right. The Duke was an inmate just like you and me. Seems he was exiled here for committing some crime. Who knows how he ended up rising up to become the warden, though? To go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of the whole place? I'm not gonna lie, I kinda respect that.
Você sabe sobre a zona proibida?
Forbidden Zone? Sounds like something that someone just made up. I've never heard of that. Where did you hear about it?
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no worries if you've never heard of it. Do you have anything else you can tell us?
Anything else? Not that I can think of, but I'll be sure to tell you anything interesting I hear next time. You'll have to play a game of Genius Invocation with me first, though.
Ai, que delícia!
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet LYNEY. According to the card he left...
Dá o TP em cima pra ir pra baixo. Dá o TP em cima pra cair no andar 6 e... Ah! Dá o TP embaixo pra cair no andar 2 e... Nossa, né? É a mesma coisa, não vai escapar do elevador. Pega esse elevador aqui que tem em cima de uma bola aqui. Uma bola, elevador, outra bola, elevador, 2 elevador, 3 elevador, parece. Ué, era pra subir e nós tá descendo?
Puta que eu pariu. Mundo foda de fudido. Cacete. Putaria. Fuder. Filha de mãe agora. Puta que eu pariu, porra. Bosta. Estrume. Bosta. 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 Puta. Bosta. Hemorroida. Filho da puta. Bosta. 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 Puta família. E ponto final.
Andar 5, mezanino 5. Estamos no andar certo? Ah, agora sim. Pega aqui pra sair no andar 4. Eu acho que é essa escada, essa bolinha aqui, esse elevador leva pro andar 4. E essa daqui leva pro andar 5. E essa daqui pro andar 6. E essa daqui, o começo aqui, a primeira. Essa daqui da direita é pro andar 4. Jesus, mas... Meu Deus.
Oi, meu chapa.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Sim.
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found a boatload of information.
Ok.
Oh, as expected of the legendary duo, you have my full and undivided attention.
Se escapou pelo cano.
I'd have never guessed that myself. The rumors swirling about this place are unreliable after all, and Master Child probably went missing because he found a way out. He is a harbinger after all. I suppose he's much more resourceful than I initially gave him credit for.
Você acha?
Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father. We need to find out Master Child's exact whereabouts.
Meu Deus do céu, nós vamos trabalhar.
Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons. His agenda might be linked to his disappearance.
Vamos encontrar.
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with professional diving skills to chase after him.
Well, when you put it that way, it's obvious that only Fremine would be up to the task.
Receba! Sim!
Bingo! Is he around?
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. I'll talk to him about it later.
Obrigado.
No need to thank me. This was always a part of our mission after all. Honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing to collect all this information right under Risley's watchful eyes.
Collecting information has always been our strong point.
Glória a Deus.
Now,
Glória
what do you think?
a Deus.
To find
Glória a
out more
Deus.
information, Fremine will have to retrace Master Child's original route. And if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now. And after that, he'll probably take another 2 or 3 days to return.
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to get back?
Caceta.
We've been working together for a long time. We know each other's capabilities like the backs of our hands. Traveler, what say you to meeting here 9 days from now? We'll be able to pick up FURINA while we're at it, too.
Hoje é dia 10 da cadeia, dia 19 então.
Oh, and
certo?
there's just one last thing we'd like your help with. Though we can just sit back and wait for FURINA's report
Hoje é
on Master
20.
Child's whereabouts, we still need to make more progress on the investigation of the Forbidden Zone. FURINA's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and I'll need to spend some time helping FURINA prepare for his diving mission. So, you are the only ones we can count on.
What do you want us to do? Will it be hard?
Well, I won't call it easy per se, but I think you'll be able to pull it off. Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the infirmary and investigate the room and environs. You've mentioned several sketchy-looking people always meeting at the infirmary earlier, so it probably has something to do with the secret we're hoping to uncover. You've already met the head nurse, so she'll be less suspicious of you. Investigate the internal structure of the infirmary and any active dealings within, and pass those on to me alongside anything else you're able to discover. But also, there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first.
Me chama de amador?
No, when it comes to intelligence gathering, I'd never consider you to be an amateur. Didn't you say it yourself? It's always been your strong suit.
Sim.
I'll believe anything as long as it comes from you. So, please prove your prowess to me once again.
All right, then we'll head out as soon as we finish our prep.
Let's go our separate ways for now then. Don't forget, we meet here again in 9 days. Stay safe.
Dia 19 praticamente. Ah, ô mãe! Tá no prato?
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will take a peek. There seem to be several people inside.
Vamos bisbilhotar primeiro. Se esconde o seu melhor pra ir bisbilhotar, mano. Mas você só consegue entender algumas frases soltas.
It's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them from here. So, why don't we just try to talk to them in person? Let's go.
Você balança a cabeça e respira fundo antes de inalar o vapor de uma poção fedorenta. Essa poção foi o resultado de um teste alquímico fracassado de pai, algum... Dá vontade de vomitar. Depois de uma boa cheirada, você dá a poção pra...
Someone, please help! He's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Paimon doesn't know what to do. Freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion. Could it be poison? Let me take a look. Please lie down over here.
Ai, meu pâncreas! Ai, meu pâncreas!
Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly. You can do it, traveler!
Obrigado, desculpa.
Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you.
A bezetacil, como é que vem, ó? Tira alguns instrumentos e começa a examinar. Espero não estar tão saudável a ponto de eu suspeitar. Beleza, mãe, vou daqui a pouco.
I see now. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. That's our worst fear out of the way.
Sem bezetacil.
Oh, that's good. But I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Please, relax and take a deep breath.
Tá examinando meu abdômen, tá usando energia elemental.
Don't sense serious damage to your organs either. Does it hurt when I press here?
Não, não muito.
And here?
Ai!
But based on my initial checkup, there shouldn't be a problem here.
Ai,
Oh, how strange.
ai meu pâncreas! Doeu demais.
Oh, Does this hurt?
Não.
Oh. I understand. So that's what it is. I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too serious. Outside of a pretty bad stomachache when it decides to act up. So that's what it is. Thank goodness it's not anything more serious. And there have been other inmates complaining about the food recently. I'll inform our head chef, Mr. Wolsey, of this problem as soon as possible. Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Why don't you take a rest here while I go get some medicine for you? Miss Marine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after this new patient while I'm gone.
Very well.
Avril Lavigne.
And she hopped away, just like that.
Essa filtração tá boa. Essa aquela lá, Lavigne. É uma das visitantes.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
Eu devia estar melhor, né?
His stomach ache's really bad. He was stumbling about the whole way here, so Paimon's really worried.
If Miss Sejuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry. She's the best medic we've got down here.
But it also looks like she's the only medic you've got down here.
Well, that's true.
What do you mean, that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course I can't speak for the whole fortress, but it's not like everyone imprisoned here is useless, you know? Though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result, they still know a thing or two about medicine, and they help Miss Sejuin take care of the sick and injured.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you a patient too? Where did all your energy come from?
That's correct. Sorry, I got a bit ahead of myself.
Are you two also sick?
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up the medicines Miss Sejuin prescribes for us. That's just the nature of chronic illnesses. As for her... you could say she fancies herself as Miss Sejuin's capable helper because she learned a bit of medical knowledge ages ago.
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason I have frequent heart palpitations.
Oi?
Boiô, exatamente. Relações sexuais.
Não tem nada suspeito. Todos aqui parece estar pontuado. Mas tem uma caixa. Tem ladrilho ali.
Hey! There's no need to fight! Everyone will be released someday, so there's no need to argue over silly things like this!
But... Release. It's way too early for us to even think about that. And who the heck knows if we'd even be able to continue our previous lives?
Sexto sentido de aventureiro.
Please allow me to end this boring and useless conversation. Oh, and Mr. Jurier, I don't want to see your face here again anytime soon.
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively noisy place.
He just slowly walked off like that?
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that's... Well, his name is Jurier, but I hope you'll never have cause to remember his name.
You really can't stand him, huh?
I mean, can you blame me? Who would like someone who's as arrogant and obsessed with weird research topics as he is? But there's no need to keep dwelling on him. I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Sejuin should be back soon, and I'm sure you'll feel better as soon as you've had some of her medicine.
Obrigado por cuidar de mim.
No, it's nothing.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Mais ou menos.
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Sigewin.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be 2 days worth of medicine for you. Take 1 pill now, and then continue your bed rest.
Você toma um comprimido de dor de estômago.
Miss Levine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the color of the pill that you should be taking today?
I remember. You said it should be yellow.
Eu não me lembro. Eles falaram antes de nós entrarmos. Eu não me lembro.
Yellow, huh? I understand. These are yours. Please, make sure to go to bed early after taking them tonight. You'll benefit from a good night's sleep.
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon too.
Obrigado.
See ya! I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right? I just want to double-check a few details, if that's all right with you.
Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the Traveler rest? Paimon can answer the questions instead.
Boa.
So his primary symptoms are abdominal pain with secondary symptoms of nausea. Is there anything else?
That's it.
All right then.
Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds?
No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Please make sure to stick to bland or less stimulating foods, and don't stay up too late at night.
Got it. Paimon will hold the Traveler to that for sure.
Segura-me então, cara. Acho melhor seguir as recomendações.
Oh, you're going to take a nap already? Okay then, you get some rest.
Você se deita na sala pra relaxar. Ah, é. Você escuta as duas.
We've been to lots of places together. He may look a bit under the weather now, but he's actually super strong.
Para aí. Eu vou almoçar, eu já volto. Ah não, não dá. Eu tenho que ficar livre pra...
So you're the best of companions. Well, don't worry, he'll recover soon.
Companheira, essa palavra traz uma sensação de conforto. Você relaxa e mergulha no seu sono.
How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we never left.
Obrigado.
Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take the meds regularly, and don't forget bland foods.
Thank you, Miss Sigewin.
GG. Antes de eu retornar pro dormitório, vou almoçar. Lembra Jesus. Salve, galera, Felipe. Oxi, não. Volta a gravação. O primeiro vídeo foi 33 minutos, vamos fazer mais 30. Bora lá. Deixa eu ligar o chat na tela, né? Pera aí, tô gravando. Eu falo com meu pai depois. Valeu, resolução. Retorne pro dormitório.
You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared Paimon half to death.
Eu falei besteira, pai?
No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish, and put down the Adeptus Temptation now. Paimon talked with Sigewin the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't notice anything unusual in the room.
Não.
Are you sure we're not going off track with the infirmary?
Não. Mas será que estamos indo na direção errada? Aquele ladrilho no chão. Ela pegou todo o Sigewin. Eles estavam falando de remédio mesmo? Será que a briga entre Lovino e Juriel é de verdade? Ou é teatro? Pá, me escute.
Whoa, you really are super thorough. All those tiny little suspicious things that Paimon didn't even pick up on. We've got to get the info to Liney.
Desde se seguir você para normalmente. Trabalho normalmente, né? Depois desse turno, você encontra o tempo para escrever palavras-chave. As suas suspeitas em um pedaço de papel. Pedaço de papel. Você consegue passar papel para a Lynette durante o trabalho, quando você se cruza. Seu disfarce é impecável. E ela nem sequer olha para você ou muda sua expressão pegar a informação. Certo.
Receba! Sim!
9 dias se passaram. Dia 19 agora.
Today's the day. Let's go meet up with Liney.
Nosso cantinho aqui.
Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule. Nothing weird happened.
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when you infiltrated the infirmary. We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago, and as of last night, Lynette has also infiltrated the infirmary after faking an illness.
Wait, why is she getting involved as well?
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, even if we were to view that as something you did in exchange for Fremine's help, you've already done more than enough. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off investigation. We want to avoid using the same faces over and over and reduce the amount of suspicion that will fall on any given person. Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so she should be the one to finish the job.
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's going well for her.
Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns. If everything went well, then she should be wrapping up her investigation right about now.
Is now really a good time to go over?
According to my observations, Sigewinne always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Lynette knows this as well, so this should be a good time to meet up with her.
Ouvimos isso.
Also, I'm her brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care about his younger sister's well-being.
Okay, then let's head over.
Bora. É bom que já teleporta direto, não precisa ir até lá. Ou melhor, precisa.
Ai, que delícia!
Lynette should be here right now. Huh.
Quê?
Strange. Lynette?
As expected, Sigewinne isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
Ela encontrou uma pista?
Lynette rarely deviates from the plan. We agreed that if she were to make changes on the fly, she'd find a way to let me know.
Pescoço.
Unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around here. We can look while we wait for her. Who knows? Maybe she'll be back soon.
Okay.
Eu vou investigar rapidinho aqui, galera. Vou pular o diálogo aqui.
There are some books.
Livro.
These sure are some interesting books. She even has...
Livro, cama.
None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in.
That's the one, Lynette.
She would have said her migraine, which means...
Aí, rapaz. E por fim, o ladrilho.
Ah, this is it. We saw it before.
Wait, this thing? It doesn't look like it's
Aqui eu
been
não rusho, não.
disguised that well.
Linei se abaixa para se aproximar. Começa a bater em
The
vários
space
pontos.
behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is meant to be taken apart. There's probably a mechanism around here somewhere.
Ah, pronto.
Could Lynette have tried to get inside? But if that's the case, she would have contacted me for sure. Let's look around here for some more clues. Don't panic, just take another look.
Vixe. Não entre em pânico. Ele tá entrando em pânico já.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper over here.
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass on my message. You may consider this as me giving you my best regards.
Vixe, nos descobriram. Nos descobriram.
Is that all?
Tem alguma coisa atrás?
The back. This is...
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Paimon's reading it now. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now?
Caraca, nos descobriram.
No. Could she have... Is she already...
Wriothesley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded to use it as bait?
Wait, you mean...
Não sai da mão não, meu bicheiro, não. Abaixou a panela hoje, olha a validade. Olha a validade aqui. Meu filho derreta assim não, pra baixo não, você derrama em cima do computador. Deixa você olhar ali.
Pera aí, tô tentando encontrar a validade, mas... Pera aí, galera, um minutinho.
Dos lados, que dá pra você derramar aqui em cima.
Deixa eu rushar. Por que ele ia fingir?
Yes, that is a crucial question.
Não achei.
Wriothesley. He doesn't do anything without a clear goal or reason. So this means he had no concerns about your activities from the very beginning. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by NEUVILLAS, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though.
E por que ele não te caçou?
I'd like to know that, too. Why did he only go after her? Don't panic. Just think everything over. I have to stay calm. This is not like what happened last time. The situation's different now.
Calma.
Wait, you're right. Wait, but that means... the fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds... could Wriothesley have let him go as well?
Yeah! What does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
Entendi. Ele fez os dois... Ele... de propósito, fez os dois desaparecer.
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke me, I'm sure of it. We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and we even thought luck was on our side. If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a terrible spot now as well.
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down.
Calma, LYNEY.
Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Child. That was our fault.
No. I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one responsible for this team. I was the one who failed to protect them. I'll go talk to Wriothesley.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please, talk some sense into him!
Deixa eu falar com a Wesley primeiro, aí você vai.
I cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again. I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back!
Pera aí, filho.
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Filha da...
Ô, filha da puta! Vai se fuder, filha da puta! O cara faz, meu!
I feel like we still have some room to make changes on these details.
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Very well. Then please be mindful of the time. Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. He'll probably come in once we stop talking.
Caraca.
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, they've already found this place. Oh, they are quite sharp. What a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also like playing dumb. I like the feeling of being trusted.
Boneca filha da...
Ô, filha da puta! Vai se fuder, ô filha da puta! É o que ela faz, meu!
Seu pai tem gonorreia, careca do caralho! Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. Being able to read human expressions is quite the useful skill. Wait!
Pera, deixa eu dar uma lição, né? Cadê ela aqui? Cadê ela? Deixa eu dar uma lição nela, cadê? Pera ele... Eita.
He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Risley's office.
Eita, porra.
Tá com cara de bravo? Tá com cara de bravo? Tá nervoso, tá? Fica triste não. Fica triste não.
Eita.
Come out and face me, Risley!
Oi, meu chapa.
Administrative office space. Why don't you at least try to follow even a couple rules from the fortress's indoor management regulations?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea. I do have some teas in my collection that can work wonders against such an illness.
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would sometimes enter a box filled with water, only to emerge the next second from another place altogether. Maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn your head.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? No, he's probably not looking to attack me right now. All of the hostages are in his hands, and he's even in the mood for small talk. That means Lynette is probably still alive. You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start, so you deliberately aroused the traveler's suspicions and baited us into continuing our investigation, just so that you'd be able to kidnap Lynette. As for Fremine, no, you probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape. You let him go, so you could purge the Fatui members that we had planted into your ranks.
There was no need to do so. The Fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place. Most people enjoy their lives here. The only ones who act differently are those with personal agendas. It was quite easy to identify your colleagues.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine has also fallen into your hands, right? If you're oh so omnipotent and so in control, why would you need hostages?
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
Yeah!
He's not?
Yeah!
What do you really want?
LYNEY!
Opa, chegamos.
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you so much for cooperating.
Cadê Lynette Fremine?
Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortress's finest tea. Although, as per your original plan, Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now. But he has neither shown up within my gates, nor has he been taken into any kind of custody. So, where do you think he may be right now?
Wait, you can't mean... You locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world. That's all.
Vai se fuder, filha da puta! É o que ela faz, meu!
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us. So we can't assume he might have made a break for the surface.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. LYNEY is a great magician, so it's only natural for me to want to have some cards of my own when it comes to negotiating. Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of the Fortress of Meripede, regardless of whether it was in a personal or a professional capacity. Well, you got your wish.
So, you've been keeping tabs on us before we even set foot in the fortress.
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I will be straight with you. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once you started focusing on the Forbidden Zone, all of that changed. Mr. LYNEY, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremenet is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You know just as well as I that he cannot last out there forever. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite her over for a cup of tea with me.
Arlecchino e WESLEY?
But why should she bother giving you an audience?
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have plenty of motivation to join me for a parents' evening. I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family. I don't see why she would refuse.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no-man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important as a harbinger like Father to come here in person.
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame. After all, I've amassed quite the tea collection. I was looking forward to sharing it with her. Both Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady FURINA have already received many samples as gifts.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me, I won't allow you to use us to blackmail her.
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no interest in the fortress's secret? Mr. LYNEY, you have one last chance to invite your father here. If you refuse...
LYNEY!
O que você tem que fazer isso, irmão?
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second? From the very beginning, the Fatui has been actively infiltrating my fortress. I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there, I'd have no reason to want to talk. Mr. Fremenet left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me. No matter how you look at it, the responsibility for this falls on you.
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6, 5...
Wait,
2, 1. Time's up. It really is a shame, Mr. LYNEY.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my afternoon tea.
Espera, realmente não podemos falar mais um pouco?
Listen to the traveler. If you can't talk to LYNEY, can you at least talk to us?
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, and I've already done my best to stay out of your way. But that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of laws.
Por favor, poupe Fremenet e Lynette.
Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home turf by now, so why don't you tell me a thing or two about what you found, I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree to your request.
Okay.
Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, what is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for 3 days in a row?
Não consigo acreditar que ele esteja perguntando sobre as regras. Trabalhando sem descansar, você vai encontrar uma carne estranha. Ainda bem que a gente investigou. Vamos se lembrar. Na puta que pare. De novo essa... Desculpa.
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place. The research notes said Fonta's internal report.
Tudo errado. Carne estranha.
Fonta's internal report suggests that they're starting. We often see Miss Sigewin observing. The research notes said that the Melusine race proceeds. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty.
Enfermaria.
The Fonta promoter has. We often see Miss. The research notes said that. We often see Miss. The research notes said that, according to Collins,
também.
The Fonta promoter has. Fonta's internal report.
Melusine.
The research notes said.
Melusine. Característica Melusine.
We often see Miss
Sigewin.
According to Collins.
Pancras. Supervisora Sigewin. E aí?
I've been told that the infirmary.
E aí, Melãozinho, tudo bom? Vai.
So that's what's going on. Paimon understands it now. Who would have guessed?
Foi tudo na base do achismo, galera. Eu tive que chutar.
The hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed to work 3 days in a row, and if they do, they'll get strange meat in their welfare meal. At first, we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappeared. But in reality, they were all prepared by Sigewin, the head nurse. She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health and makes a note of anyone who has worn themselves out after 3 full days of work. Out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Sigewin visits the cafeteria right before lunch and cooks an extra dish for those who can use the stamina boost. Sigewin has only the best intentions with her surprise gift and doesn't want anyone to find out about what she does. However, unfortunately, Melusines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and their sense of aesthetics is even more alien to us. The recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the care within and usually just freak out. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sigewin's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly as well. It's nice to know that her efforts have not gone unacknowledged. Alright, now for my next question. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration Ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support both sides of a fight. Why is that?
Fizemos bastante pesquisa. Pegamos a fonte. Aí, aqui eu tenho que tacar o foda-se. Eu tenho que... Porque aqui não tem o nome dos bagulhos.
The Fonta promoter has been...
Nossa.
Fonta's internal report...
Ah, tá. Talvez tinha um título aqui em cima.
So there really was nothing to be afraid of.
Paimon.
That hidden rule of the Pancration Ring is about how, people are not supposed to bet on both boxers at the same time. And if they do, they'll receive a package containing a strange, blood-colored liquid. People get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the missing boxer. but really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged new Fanta trial product. A blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fanta's own staff were questioning the company's decision-making. The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product on a smaller scale, to see how it might be received by customers. They came to the Fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. But the Duke completely refused to even entertain the idea. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value would bother buying a Fanta product here. And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two opposing sides of the same match were selected to receive the drinks.
Nossa.
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this mystery to light. Although, based on your description, that Fanta promoter is a bit too careless with his words, I may just reconsider my collaboration with the company. All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Ixi, não temos
Stop your
informação.
cruel and pointless games, WESLEY! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of sparing women and women never even crossed your mind.
Tomou na jabiraca. Tomou na jabiraca.
Oh, close one. I owe you, Sigewinne. That was a fantastic shot.
Caramba.
It was nothing, Your Grace.
Covarde.
Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I just demonstrated.
Covarde pelas costas.
Lynn.
Você é cúmplice?
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it is my duty. When Mushroom NEUVILLAS asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of everyone here. I am merely discharging my duties. But if you mean what you just said, then isn't LYNEY someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest of us?
Se você é próximo do Neuvillette, por que não aprende com ele?
I really am just doing what Monsieur Neuvillette told me to do. Everything I did, I've done to protect them. Had I not, they would be in far more dire straits right now.
Cacete.
His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace? Mind proving my innocence to them?
My dear Sigewinne, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just wait another minute or two?
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes, Your Grace. I figured I should try to talk some sense into you. What are you talking about? What time?
Take me if you want. Let them go.
How touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving any time now. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Sigewinne, I leave Miss Lynette in your care.
You... What are you doing?
I believe I hear footsteps.
A porta abre. Ah, colorido.
Space, please.
Ah, Miss Clarande. My door.
Fremine. Fremine.
Freia. Vamos parar o vídeo por aqui. Já deu 30 minutos. Já deu 60 minutos. Salve, melãozinho. Revelações bombásticas, hein? Negociação com o Wesley, hein? Sigewinne é uma melãozinha, mas ela é uma filha da... Aquela pessoa que se faz de que é uma pessoa assim, mas pelas costas é outra, filho. Vamos ver o que vai acontecer agora. Negociação pelos 3.
Receba! Sim! Ai, que delícia!
Pra cena dos próximos capítulos, aguarde. Em nome de Jesus, salve galera, Felipe Senpai. Vou escrever Senpai. Amigos, Bora lá, continuar o ato da cadeia. O Wesley descobriu que a gente tá caçando o Shield e estamos tentando desvendar a zona proibida da cadeia, o segredo. A gente mandou o Freminet pra fora, só que ele fechou a porta da cadeia pra poder o Freminet não voltar. Ele capturou a Lynette e agora ele capturou a LYNEY. Mas se não fosse o viajante, o viajante e a Paima negociando com ele não ia abrir as estribeiras, né? Ele pediu pro LYNEY pra chamar a Arlecchino pra conversar com ele na cadeia. Já que a Arlecchino tá enchendo o saco, mas... E o LYNEY não quis chamar a Arlecchino, então aconteceu algumas coisas. E agora apareceu a Coloríndia. Vamos ver o que acontece. Bora lá, bora lá. Obrigado, as... Opa. Segura, desculpa. Obrigado a uma pessoa mexendo, valeu. Freminet! Freminette!
What's going on? What is Clorinde doing here?
Oi, meu chapa.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. LYNEY. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon. Please take it easy in the meantime, though.
Desculpa o cacete.
Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like this?
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial seawater.
What did you say?
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Freminet a more thorough checkup. Your Grace, I'll leave the rest to you.
I'll talk to Clorinde while you get Freminet to where he needs to be. Everything else can wait.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sigewinne may have been forced to shoot Mr. LYNEY again. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial seawater has increased significantly. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time... Well, you can see how that boy's doing.
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never seems to work, though.
Oh, fear.
It would probably work on NEUVILLAS. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the outcomes were all terrible.
It's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to NEUVILLAS. Want some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say so.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I've already made it?
Might as well then, I suppose. Actually, do you have a towel? I would like to dry my hair.
Ele tá com nojo. Ele não quer que a Sigewinne toque no Freminet. Porque ele sabe que ele precisa de cuidado. Sigewinne tá examinando. Espero que o Freminet fique bem.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Still, his condition is not critical. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Let's leave him here for now, and move him to the infirmary once he's recovered a bit more. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment. We do only have a single clinic in the fortress, however.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress? How could that possibly happen?
Please, look after Mr. Freminet for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator. Oh, I'll bring Miss Lynette back with me.
Where is she? How is she right now?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around now. You might not believe me, but His Grace and I actually made some snacks and tea for her.
LYNEY relaxou.
LYNEY, are you okay?
I'll be fine. They're all here now. Don't worry about me.
Are you sure? You don't look alright.
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's probably just the residual effects of the tranquilizer shot.
I'm back, everyone.
LYNEY! Oh, Traveler, Paimon, you're here too. Freminet? Is he...
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift him up.
LYNEY e Lynette ajuda a levantar o Freminet. E aí?
Oi, meu chapa.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this side. Lynette, together?
On it.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to come with us?
Tá.
The Duke and Clarande are gone.
They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain the truth in just a bit. Miss Clarande will need a break, since she only just returned from rescuing Freminet out of the sea.
Clarande salvou o Freminet no mar. O que aconteceu? E aí, meus chapas?
Could I tempt you with some sugar for your tea?
No need.
Could I tempt you with some sugar for your tea?
No need.
Antigamente eu shippava a viajante Chlorine, mas ela shippa mais com Wesley. E aí, depois que a gente sair daqui, acho que provavelmente os dois vão.
Relações sexuais.
Vamos lá, de baixo pra cima. Botar um óculos.
He's awake. Freminet, how do you feel?
LYNEY... Lynette...
We're all here.
Where am I?
The infirmary, at the Fortress of Meripede, Mr. Freminet. And you are no longer in any danger.
How do you feel? Don't push yourself if you're not feeling up to it.
Traveler... Paimon... It's been so long. The sea! There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay. We can talk about it after you've recovered.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it.
O que você depois você entrou no cano?
Boiô. Exatamente.
The pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in. Seems like this pipe hasn't been used in a long time. It looks abandoned. Where could Master Child be?
Ah, no.
This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it?
Botei o puzzle.
It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it.
Começou, né? Deve ter um lugar de girar ele. Pra esquerda e pra direita. Não, não é aqui. Era ali. Talvez daqui pra girar ele. Não. Deixa eu ver se consigo girar aqui. Deve ter um lugar pra girar ele. Ué, mas não já tá? Aqui é pra subir e aqui é pra descer. Será que não dá pra destruir essa caceta não, pô? Acho que tem que baixar pra poder girar. Baixa. E gira ali embaixo. Ah não, baixa aqui. Graças a Deus. Gira.
Ai, que delícia!
E agora sobe.
Acabou! Acabou! Ai, que delícia!
This is where the water starts. Okay. Master Child probably dived into the water. I'll go take a look as well. The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the? My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on? No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. This is bad. I'm feeling worse and worse, and I'm still underwater. I have to push on.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you had no idea where Master Child could have gone, but there was also no obvious place for him to have disappeared to.
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I just couldn't find the strength to keep going. I probably passed out some time after that, and you know the rest.
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why she went out to save you.
Miss Clarande, you say? I must go thank her in person.
You're still too weak for Monet. You can go after you've had some more rest.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Cloran will stay here as a guest for another few days, so there's no need to hurry.
A guest? Then I can assume Wriothesley was the one who invited her to come down here?
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us, Linny?
No, please go on without me. I don't want to leave just yet.
Linny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. Then let's just sit together for a while.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay in here, I don't think you'll be disturbed.
Thank you.
Porque se ela fica ali, os três iam atacar ela, né? Valeu, galera. Força aí. Naquela hora ali eu segurei minha respiração pra poder simular o Freminei, entendeu? Rapaz.
Excuse me.
I take it Mr. Freminet's condition has stabilized?
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Sigewinne?
I wanted to check up on Miss Cloran. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my leave for now, then.
Well, want to explain yourself, Wriothesley?
Of course. But I'm not partial to the word choice of explain.
Esclareça até não poder mais.
Where should I begin? How about...
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goals, I only figured those out as you made progress on your investigation.
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals. Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. LYNEY suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Everything he did, from finding helpers to leaving this place, he did on his own. Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went, so I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative work. All I care about is the answer.
So you were hoping Lenny's group would just do your work for you!
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Freminay has told you already, the ratio of primordial seawater around the fortress of Meripede is on the rise. The Forbidden Zone has always been Lenny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Are the rumors true? That you're also a former criminal?
Now, why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison? I just happen to have some support from the rest of the inmates. That's all.
Oh, right! Paimon wanted to ask, who invited Cloran down here?
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work.
Caraca, mercenária.
As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
And saving Fremine was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already.
O que tem na zona?
That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate Child's whereabouts.
Caraca, não é da sua conta, deu na cara.
Is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance. That should be clear now that you've spoken to Fremine.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions that you threw at us. Isn't it about time that you answer our last question in return?
Boa, pai.
You make a compelling case. Do you really want to know the answer that badly?
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
Even if the truth may not be pleasant?
Sim.
Follow me.
Arlecchino!
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Wriothesley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is. Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa!
Arlecchino!
Ela desce lentamente a plataforma.
So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon sure doesn't see anything special.
Aquilo é...
What a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Hence the name Forbidden Zone. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking of keeping anything from them.
Sim.
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself before deciding whether or not to tell them.
Por quê?
Huh. So there's a switch on the side.
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one.
Ué.
Go on, have a look.
Vê isso. Essa sala é bem vazia. No dispositivo.
I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any potential danger that could be behind it. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position, likely because some parameter it's been tracking has changed, if only infinitesimally. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses what the reading could be tracking?
Temperatura?
Very reasonable guesses. I've considered both of those as well. Unfortunately, our dashboard is tracking something less ordinary. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests to increase the pressure from the outside, but the readings didn't change at all. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make a few preparations based on that hypothesis. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude that the readings represent the concentration of primordial seawater in the seawater nearby.
The concentration concentration of primordial seawater? But we're already under the sea!
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising.
Tá passando por mar, água primordial?
Yes, that's very likely.
Nossa.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Neuvillette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less where we could find and plug a leak. Oh. Oh!
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and it's now very close to us. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea.
Caraca, se a comporta for destruída, toda a Fontaine vai pra vala.
You know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of a night.
Rapaz.
But that's just too weird! Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above a sluice gate for the primordial sea? Who built this place anyway?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might find the actual answer may be exceedingly boring. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been left to us by the people who used to live here. When the previous Hydro Archon Egeria ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack chasing away the banished. The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle, and the bone-chilling cold. Some of them began to repent, and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them, and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. They became a community down there in the deeps, and over the years helped it to grow. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the yet unfinished fortress to their successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark underwater fortress became the sinner's only home. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners who would regain their freedom once they had sufficiently redeemed themselves. But as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had gotten used to life here, they could no longer feel comfortable living in the overworld. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancient secrets of the past. After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as an integral pillar of Fontainian society, as the place where criminals deserve to be sent. Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian. Everyone else just thought he'd made it all up.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy says. If this gate fails, then everyone will be dissolved into the sea.
Você acredita em profecia?
To be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this prophecy from proving all too accurate. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing signs of it will bring about the second, and actually witnessing it in real time, the third. Let's go somewhere else. I want to show you something. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments have...
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh? Lorvine and Jurier?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What? After you warned us not to tell a single soul about any of this?
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure they are trustworthy?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
Well, how about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin. I trust that you've heard of Edwin?
Sim. No.
He's the one who blew the whole institute sky high. Everyone knew he was a bit crooked in the head, but you're not a local, so I guess it's possible for you not to have heard of him.
Edwin's main areas of research were archium and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well. I hired him to be my technical consultant.
You want to blow up the fortress of Meripede?
Ah, what a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it in my head.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted as well.
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. While Jurier used to be Edwin's assistant, she used to be Jurier's assistant.
Ooh, are they together?
Sarah.
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work as a convenient cover?
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
So
well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's going on?
How much do you know about Fontainian history?
Not much at all.
Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, Fontaine used to be ruled by the Lemurian dynasty. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, the Fortuna, he created his nation above the surging waves. He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new tribes and islands, calling on them to join his empire.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of a voyage.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. Certainly can't hurt to give it a try. So the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate, I also began this project.
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Fontainians need something to hold on to cope with the impending disaster. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. Alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other questions? Seems like you're good. Come on, I'll take you back. I'll leave you here for now.
Oh, thank you so much.
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out will likely affect those 3 as well.
As ações vão definir o espaço do LYNEY. Se quiser contar a verdade do LYNEY, é preciso fazer entender que não podemos dar luxo de criar conflitos.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Vamos pensar.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
Obrigado. Resumindo, é um navio para salvar Fontaine, né? Se caso a desgraça acontecesse, né? E todo mundo vira água, né? Tá.
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of tea?
Que até tu?
You be so much like Wesleigh, always drinking tea.
Ei, caraca.
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, I just remembered something now. While I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2 people talking next to me. They were discussing everything, from the leaves, to the water, and even the teacups themselves.
Must have been WESLEY and Sigewinne.
Yeah, I heard one male voice and one female, so it should have been the two of them. They really were just talking about brewing tea.
I really can't make sense of this place.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything from WESLEY?
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah, I took the time to rest, so I'm feeling a lot more relaxed now.
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sigewinne is also busy with something or other, so let's just talk here.
Alright, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3 questions. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea. My theory is, the long-lost primordial sea is probably very close to the fortress of Meropide.
Ooh, he's good. He got that right on the first try.
That's Arlenny.
Secondly, WESLEY's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first, then suddenly roadblocked us. Why? I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us at first because he was hoping we could find Master Child for him. What's more, the Fortress of Meropide is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it report to Iudex Neuvillette. WESLEY is basically the king of a no-man's land. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the 2 factions are pitted against each other, WESLEY will be free to move between the parties of interest. If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself. It's likely related to the secret of the infirmary, but I just can't think of what it could be.
You're super smart.
Thanks so much. Then finally, there's the last question. If WESLEY does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. He's even gotten Cloran to help him out. That can't be the full extent of what he's doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress that most people here never get to see. He has a bargaining chip, and it could be important enough for Father to deal with him directly. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might be. But let me guess. You have the last piece of the puzzle.
Você divide informação. Quando compartilhe, você faz isso agora no momento para disputa.
I can't believe it.
The sea will engulf everyone. Just like the prophecy said.
Could WESLEY have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve the crisis. But how could WESLEY have known that?
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to bring Father over to his side? Which could be why he said he just wanted to negotiate.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. I'll figure out a way to pass this on to our father. No matter what, we're on your side. The 2 of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't be standing here right now if not for you. If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the House of the Hearth at any time. Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the 3 of us basically see you as family now.
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting LYNEY when it really mattered. And thank you for sharing the secrets of the fortress with us. We didn't think you were going to do it.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Verdade que é. Ah, barriga.
Paimon's hungry.
Oh, you've done so much already. Go get some food.
Alright, then we'll catch you guys another time.
Comer um pouquinho e fazer uma boquinha.
Dinner as well. Huh. You're right. She's actually sitting in the fortress cafeteria. What would you like to eat?
Podemos escolher?
Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
Quero do bom e do melhor. Mais gostoso.
No problem. Just leave it.
Hoje o tempo das refeições chega. 50 também trouxe algumas bebidas. Shake com gosto horrível.
So delicious.
Valeu.
Paimon's so happy. Paimon wants to feast like this every day. Feeling full yet? How's the food? Delicious.
Boa, obrigado.
I'm so glad to see
não,
you all
exceto o
so
Shana.
happy. Oh, see, the expression on your face just now? The muscle here just moved, which suggests that you're feeling quite relaxed at the moment. Sijuin, do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings? A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melusine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good care of you. You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're so short, you still talk and act like an older sister. Really? You're reminded of an older sister? That's great to hear. Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office? When you said that you were protecting LYNEY and his siblings as well? Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a bit worried after hearing that something was wrong with the water. Thankfully, Glorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes after Glorand left, to make sure that LYNEY wouldn't impulsively chase after his brother. Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. They were instructed to only open the door once Miss Glorand had returned. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. LYNEY as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger. You were all super considerate and really thought everything through. It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style for as long as he's been the leader. Oh, I really wish Monsieur NEUVILLAS would come down here more often too. I feel like he'd like it here, with all the darkness and chaos.
Não, Deus me livre.
Get a good night's rest, you two. You...
Valeu. Olha lá. Glorand.
Glorand!
Ah, it's you two.
How's dinner?
It's all right. Miss Sijuin really put in a lot of effort.
So we heard that Risley invited you to come down to help, and you saved Fremine too. You sure work super fast.
Oh, it was child's play.
Still, Paimon didn't know even champion duelists could take on side jobs. Oh, and why aren't you eating with Sijuin and the Duke? Won't you get bored eating by yourself?
Miss Sijuin was with you, and the Duke has business of his own.
Actually, didn't Navia say that you went out for dinner with her as well?
Yeah. First time in a long time.
First time in a long time? So you mean you've gone out to dinner with her in the past?
In the past, yes. You seem to be enjoying yourselves here.
Viaja a trabalho.
Things will be getting messy at the fortress soon. Don't run around unnecessarily.
Acho que nós vamos terminar o vídeo ali em cima, né? Caraca, revelações, hein? Quer dizer que tem um barco que os caras estão construindo para salvar as pessoas que eles acreditam que todo mundo pode virar água.
So much has happened. Paimon just feels absolutely exhausted now that she's finally relaxed. Paimon's super sleepy. Are you sleepy too?
Um sono. É, tá no sono na hora.
Delicious. Paimon wants seconds for free.
Boa noite.
Out of my way! Get out of my way!
Yeah! Yeah!
What happened? Why is everyone running? No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
Who's yelling? Paimon still wants to sleep.
20º dia? Vai, Macode? A gente tem que ver o que tá acontecendo. Freia. 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 Me perdoe pelo sono agora, galera, porque tá dando soninho mesmo. Vou terminar de noite quando vim. Se não me engano é mais uma hora de gravação, aí acaba o ato 3. Rapaz, então quer dizer que o Wesley tá construindo um barquinho pra poder salvar as pessoas de Fontaine, porque debaixo da cadeia tem água primordial. E essa água tá começando a invadir o oceano. Se todos os habitantes de Fontaine, se a cidade de Fontaine for inundada e a água cair ali por cima, já era. Morre todo mundo e todo mundo vira água e foda-se.
Foda-se!
Menos quem é de fora, tipo eu, Shield, eu viajante, né, pá? Shield. Quem mais? Arlecchino, talvez? Porque eu não sei se ela é de lá ou não. Não. Então... é mais os de fora que não vai ser afetado, mas vai uma cidade inteira ser dizimada, né? A água vai matar todo mundo. Que nem o dilúvio de Noé. Menos... o Noé, né? A família deles animal, né? Literalmente, eu tô vendo Noé aqui. Galera, vamos parar por aqui o vídeo, já deu. Obrigado uma pessoa mexendo, valeu melãozinho, galera, valeu. Valeu, galera. Deus abençoe. Nos vemos no próximo vídeo, mas que bom que tá tudo ok.
Glória a Deus. Glória a Deus.
Em nome de Jesus, salve galera, tudo bem com vocês? Felipe Senpai na área. Senpai! Amigos. Com a esquerda também. Amigos, bora lá. Provavelmente essa 1 hora final é do ato 4. E a gente fez os bagulho. O Wesley nos mostrou o barco, que ele quer salvar a Fontaine da profecia. E... ele, Net Frame, né, foram meio que salvos, né, pela Clorinde, né. Só que o Wesley brigou com a LYNEY praticamente. A SEGURA ajudou, só que o pessoal salvou eles. Vamos ver o que vai acontecendo. Vamos ver o que tá acontecendo. Tá tendo um tremor estranho. Bora. Obrigadas. Uma pessoa na live, Deus abençoe. Em nome de Jesus. Me salve em nome de Jesus. Bora lá. Quando tudo parece ter retornado ao normal, uma catástrofe desconhecida chega subitamente, como ladrão na noite. Eita!
Relações sexo.
Ai, que dia nisso? Maconha.
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey,
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, wait! What's wrong with these people? They won't even talk to us.
They're here! Yeah, there you are.
E aí, Custódio?
Oh, thank goodness.
Quisto and Lavaroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. His Grace is telling everyone to evacuate and get out of here. Lavaroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks. Haven't you heard all the stories like that? An evacuation is successfully completed, yet you only find out once you do a head count that 1 or 2 people are missing.
Caraca.
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up? Why is it suddenly my idea?
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us.
Beleza, pra evacuar, né?
Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible, upwards and outwards.
Ok. Putz, a Compa tá lá embaixo.
It can't be that thing.
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you going?
Vão sem mim.
We have to go find the Duke. You two just go and get out. Go on without us.
Isso, obrigado. Obrigado.
Hey, be careful.
Obrigado por nos avisarem, viu? Os caras é humilde.
Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible.
Caraca, Resident Evil 3, please, evacuation. Tá vindo míssil aí. Estourar Raccoon City. Vamos, chegamos. Chegamos.
Just like I said.
Eita, poxa.
Eita, tá saindo da jaula, morto! Que sim!
But be ready to run.
Eita.
Ó o pau quebrando, vai! Eita porra! Eita, vai, rapaz! Eita porra! Eita! Eita!
Segura. Mas não impediu. Run, corre.
3, 2, 1.
Mãe, tô gravando aqui, te amo. Vai passar.
Receba! Sim!
This won't hold it for long. Find NEUVILLAS. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense.
Beleza, vamos avisar.
The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
NEUVILLAS. NEUVILLAS.
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House immediately. FURINA will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect FURINA and make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her.
Beleza, depois você me explica, mas...
You have my sincerest gratitude.
O mago do mapa primordial tá saindo. Deixa eu ver, dá pra descer lá ou o jogo vai impedir? Desculpa, galera, era pra eu ir pra frente, né? Nossa. Tô querendo voltar pra cadeia, oh meu Deus. trazer gameplay, não precisava, pai. Não, deixa. Jesus. Bora lá. Caraca, a Arlecchino vai se encontrar com a Furina. Com a foca. Olha lá, bora.
Bora! Hora do show!
Enfim, liberdade, hein? A direita aqui, é. Vamos sair pela direita aqui.
The knave is probably here already. We need to hurry.
Okay.
Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Monsieur NEUVILLAS has left instructions. Please follow me.
Obrigado.
Though I'm sure he's already explained, this should be a mostly cordial conversation, unlikely to give rise to violence. But it would be most appreciated if you could protect Lady FURINA to the best of your abilities.
Farei o possível.
Oi, meu chapa.
Cheguei, rapaziada. Salve.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss FURINA mentioned.
E você, Arlecchino?
Of course! How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table. Otherwise, the occasion would be too lonely and unbecoming of my station.
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the Knave, one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers.
Essa é a Seva? Casa da chefe da Casa do Lareiro, pai do LYNEY. Saudações.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss FURINA and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss FURINA simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day. Here, why don't you and Paimon have a taste?
Parece bem amigável, mas isso é só por fora. Não posso subestimar. Preciso ter cuidado.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
É bem gostoso. Pai me concorda.
So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with FURINA and I.
Pera. Shuji não teria motivo pra falar isso.
I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know.
Tenho fé nas habilidades dele.
Hoping that he's an excellent swimmer.
Tenho fé nas habilidades dele.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His martial prowess really looked certainly pretty impressive, yeah.
A menina tá nervosa. Tem alguma desavença entre elas?
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss FURINA. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child was subdued by Iudex NEUVILLAS right in front of you. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. I must express my admiration for Monsieur NEUVILLAS.
Eu consegui algumas pistas.
Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier. As you well know, A long time has passed since Child disappeared.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry. We know for sure that Child is still alive.
Oh. And just how do you know that?
Because we found evidence that proved he left the Fortress of Meripede.
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Não sei.
Well...
I don't know. Vai, cara.
The Fortress of Meripede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Do you have any proof that he surfaced safely?
Não temos. Mas também não existe evidência de que ele se feriu ou foi morto.
That is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery on the streets in front of the opera house. Is it something like that?
Eu tô aumentando pressão. Não sei se vou conseguir vencê-lo, mas posso tentar distraí-la da Furina. Me parece bom.
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written or how it's worded.
Poxa, o que foi?
Hold on. The water in the teacup is shaking.
I suppose this is also a sign of things to come, Miss Furina.
Huh? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Caraca!
Receba! Sim!
A day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe.
Receba! Sim!
This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
Caraca, é o Neuvillette, fio. É o Neuvillas. Receba.
Eita!
Oi.
Caralho, o maluco é brabo.
Seems
Porra!
like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential the mission was.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office. I'm thinking about a set of legal codices.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Marmonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
Homem! Uma máquina! Uma besta enjaulada! Com ódio!
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Furina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought. But looking at your expression, was I wrong? And you haven't a clue?
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontainian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true. Yet, here you are relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's acceptable?
Cala a boca!
Ô, Arlecchino, cala a boca, filho. Ela é a Conte, ela faz o que ela quiser, pô. Se ela quiser salvar o povo dela, que salve. Se ela não quiser salvar o povo, que se exploda. Ah, a gnose é dela, filho, e não sua. E outra, você é de Fontaine, mas você é dos Fatui. Quem é você? Quem é tu pra poder apontar o dedo do na cara e falar, pô, vai lá salvar Fontaine. Quem é tu? Você pode ser a quarta mensageira, mas é a Conte e a Furina ainda. E aí? Quem é tu pra apontar o dedo e vir falar, pô, que você tá fazendo? Não é da sua conta isso daí não, ô Arlecchino. Cala a boca, filho.
Cala a boca!
É o Senpai defendendo aqui a foca.
The prophecies hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Hearth have devoted everything to saving their homeland. But you, it beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning, you, the god Focalor, you have utterly failed to take action.
Mano, cala a
You're
boca.
wrong. I've never ignored
Cala a
the
boca, ô
prophecy,
Arlecchino.
nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjectures.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right now.
Mano, dá vontade de puxar a espada pra Arlecchino, mano, na moral.
Archon, how are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive in a land that will soon disappear beneath the waves?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me. Let me be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high.
Receba, porque o roteiro não permite, mas se permitisse já é puxar a espada na mão e ia falar, e aí, minha filha, baixa a voz aí, Arlecchino. A Arlecchino ia puxar a foice dela, né? Ela ia falar, beleza, vem pra cima então, Senpai, vem pra cima. Opa, bora. Ah, para. Não, tá falando sério, não tá de fingimento, lógico?
Then I ask you, Miss Furina, just what have you been working on? Where can we see it and what is it doing to help?
Ah, não é da sua conta? Furina, fala pra ela, não é da conta dela não, porra. Ela tava confiante, mas já murchou como balão.
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated time. It is just that beings like yourselves are unable to perceive them as of yet.
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Such as your emergency response plan for the impending disaster?
Agora Arlecchino.
Emergency response plan?
Cala a boca, Arlecchino, é da sua conta.
That look in your eyes. Have you not even prepared one of those?
The emergency response plan is also strictly confidential.
Receba! Sim!
Porra, não deixa ela comer tua mente não, porra.
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Furina, what is the purpose of your Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal? And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the years?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for something. But unfortunately, it would seem that someone is not you, Miss Furina. I first caught wind of this when LYNEY tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see, even just getting close to the core contaminated him with an extremely large amount of indemnitium. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on, oh great Hydro Archon?
Não é da sua conta.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex NEUVILLAS is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Furina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some troublesome business.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly right. Please keep it a secret for me.
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Furina, you seem quite insecure without the Udex by your side. Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves, everyone.
Não podia ter vindo sem nada, nem sei o que NEUVILLAS foi fazer. Porra, ficar parado assistindo é foda, né, mano? O roteiro, viu? Se tivesse me ele foi lidar com uma primordial. Será que ele lidou bem? E Furina tá falando tudo ou não?
Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra slice of cake? Those who work hard deserve gratitude and praise.
Sei lá, você tá maltratando muito a Furina. Eu quero você na minha conta, Arlecchino, mas sem passar por cima dos outros, tá?
You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on that offer.
Tem veneno no bolo? Serve continua a mudar de tópico e menciona várias questões menos importantes. À medida que... Ah, se ferrar, ô jogo.
Oh, Paimon's super full. That cake was great.
If it's on my tea table, it must be of the highest quality. Yes, and we must thank the knave for bringing these over as well.
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Furina's table. And I was merely catering to Miss Furina's tastes, seeking a chance to chat over tea. It is getting late. Why don't we call it a day? There are still a few matters that I need to take care of.
Arlecchino.
So I must take my leave now.
Arlecchino, pra você ter ofendido a Furina, foca, vai tomar no...
Ô, filha da puta! Vai se fuder, ô filha da puta! É o que ela faz, meu!
Porra, mano. Desculpa palavrão, não desculpa palavrão, meu Deus.
Mind seeing me off, traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss child before I must be...
Não, vai tomar no cu.
Ô, filha da puta! Vai se fuder, ô filha da puta! É o que ela faz, meu!
Ah, roteiro. Fique bem, Fran.
The tea party turned out to be even more difficult than I'd imagined. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something the matter? If there's nothing urgent, then I shall be retiring for now.
Vai tomar no cu, Furina.
Filha da puta! Cala a boca! Ele tem que se fuder, acabou! Acabou, porra!
Porra, é tenso.
Maconha!
Agora entendi. Agora saquei. É a entrada ali. Arlecchino, não, pera.
I'm
Arlecchino.
glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, Child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
Arlecchino, me desculpa por xingar você de filha da... Me mandar você tomar no... Pô, mas precisava pegar pesado com a Furina?
That's what Paimon thought.
O que você quer? Porra.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude.
Eu não imaginaria que você queria falar disso.
Do I look like an irresponsible father to you? The House of the Hearth is very important to me. You should know that I care deeply about my children.
Mais alguma coisa?
That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. LYNEY, Lynette, and Femine are still there, and I trust their judgment and abilities.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them. Especially LYNEY.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that LYNEY's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on others, including me. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip, but what's your impression of FURINA?
Ela é forte.
You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily. Allow me to share my perspective with you.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with FURINA, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her is that she often seems more like a celebrity than a working Archon.
Oh? Come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach FURINA to be handed to me on a silver platter. This is so easy, it's actually making me a bit suspicious. Anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the bait. After all, from the moment it was attached to the hook, the bait is meant to be sacrificed. It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of curse.
Who are you? And what are you trying to do? Please don't kill me. I'm begging you, please.
The fear in her pupils is genuine. So perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of FOCALORS. I suspect even FURINA dares not mention this incident to anyone. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, FURINA quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Iudex NEUVILLAS is actually the genuine article. I have to find the Gnosis. If the NEUVILLAS hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it. Alternatively, it might have been hidden in a place that's hard for ordinary people to access.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that WESLEY.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Fontaine authorities. Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Iudex NEUVILLAS. Oh, and I have an additional mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, I can ask for an official audience and continue my investigation of FURINA and Iudex NEUVILLAS. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will be a front. LYNEY and his group will be responsible for the actual intelligence gathering.
Mas por que você tá compartilhando isso com nós, ô Arlecchino?
You should know the rest. LYNEY's group is quite close to you, so they wouldn't have hidden anything from you.
You attacked the Hydro Archon?
It wouldn't mean anything even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even FURINA herself is still pretending that nothing of that sort ever happened.
Alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with FURINA. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Iudex NEUVILLAS must be the Hydro Archon. But now, that doesn't seem right to me either.
Como você chegou a essa conclusão?
I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Iudex NEUVILLAS or FURINA, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my birth. Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface. It looks like Fontainians will have no choice but to save themselves. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. Should the need arise, I would be happy to cooperate with you.
Oi?
You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other, so I'll leave you to him.
Oi, meu chapa.
Is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Furina.
Querendo saber o que aconteceu.
To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and reseal the sluice gate.
Caramba, aqui. Você conta pra novidade o que aconteceu na festa do chá.
So as expected, the knave has turned up the pressure on Furina. She's trying to feel her out, though I'm still unsure as to her motives.
Posso fazer algumas perguntas?
Permission granted.
Você tem conexão com a Arconte?
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? But that's just a speculation on our part, though. You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk about something else. We won't try to force you. You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Furina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics.
Você protegeu quem precisava ser
I
protegido?
believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much grief and suffering. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
O céu tá cheio de nuvem escura, chuva pesada. É, chuva forte. Antes de chover, o NEUVILLAS me ensinou sua tristeza. Que lá na enfermidade disse que ele falou que já existia um dragão de água Fontaine. Sempre que ele chorava, o céu ficava nublado. Espera, NEUVILLAS, você...
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking?
Ele é o rei dragão da água, ele é o dragão de Fontaine.
The dragon of... what? Huh?
Please do not be so surprised.
Ele tá chorando então agora, NEUVILLAS.
Furina?
NEUVILLAS.
NEUVILLAS, are you listening?
My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the dragon sovereign of water, right?
Fala assim, pô.
Well, if you don't want to confirm or deny...
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Right, of course. We'll definitely help you keep it a secret. There's still something Paimon wants to ask you, though.
Please, go ahead.
E nós...
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to force back the primordial sea from the fortress, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your power to solve the crisis?
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The
Caraca.
dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Oh, so even you can't solve it.
Tira o povo de Fontaine e joga pra Sumero, já era.
To attend to at my office. If you have any more questions regarding ancient history, you are welcome to discuss them with me at a later time.
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress of Meripede? Paimon is a little worried.
Até mais tarde,
We'll see you
NEUVILLAS.
another time.
Take care.
Valeu, NEUVILLAS. Vamos retornar à prisão pra saber como é que tá todo mundo. Mas, ixi, essa parte eu vou rushar. Essa parte eu vou rushar. E os demais fofoqueiros que nos ajudaram. E aí? Eu vou rushar, galera.
You guys are...
You guys did...
Não foi
here
capturado.
I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion.
All right.
Hey, it wasn't just...
I was also... Whenever he'd say...
Hey!
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and
Suas
friendlier than...
defensas vão
Oh,
poder
well,
dar
if you
bom.
say so. I'll be...
Valeu, vocês estão bem, valeu. Obrigado por avisarem nós. Jesus abençoe vocês, em nome de Jesus. Em nome de Jesus. Sigourney. E aí, enfermeira?
Traveler! Are you still doing all right? Did
Estou
either of you
também.
get... We're fine. A few people of course. How did Nerva... Miss sure, Nervilla. I ran into the... If you're not, just let me know if you... I'd like to take...
Valeu, Sigourney, você tá bem. Rapaz. Deixa eu ir pro andar de cima pra ver se eu acho. Meus amigos, quase que a água do mar primordial invade e mata todo mundo. O NEUVILLAS segurou, mas só por um tempo. Mas, mano, fiquei puto com o Arlecchino, galera. A Arlecchino é uma boneca forte, pá, mas, mano... Claro, ela tá fazendo só pressão, só na FURINA, mano. O problema é que ela tá fazendo pressão, mano. Porra, um pouquinho ela pra falar alguma coisa. LYNEY e FURINA.
Well, look who it is.
Traveler.
Oi, meu chapa.
Tá tudo bem, graças a Deus. Quero agradecer.
She
didn't want to stress you.
Yeah.
Okay, but check...
Quero agradecer a...
She said a few things that were...
Conhecemos ela,
hard
sim.
to understand. And also that she's looking forward to working with us in the future.
Ela
Her
quer trabalhar
attitude
com nós.
towards you is even better than you should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power.
Father... Oh, Paimon just...
Hey!
Are you going to...
Looks like it.
Excellent.
For real?
Another implied... Well,
Fechando o
next...
chá. Beleza, eles estão bem. O trio parada dura, rapadura está bem. Agora vamos ver o... Pô, mas tipo assim, mesmo que ela... Mano, quem é ela pra poder chegar daquele jeito? Essa é a questão. Sei que ela é dos Fatu e tudo mais, mas... Pô, mano... Se ela engrossou a voz com a FURINA, mas se ela engrossa a voz daquele jeito com uma Raiden da vida do Zhongli, mano... Era pancadaria na hora, filho. Se ela engrossa assim com uma Tsarisa, com um ar congelado de fogo, quero ver se não ia sair soco. Soco e chute, filho.
Jurier?
Yeah.
That's no excuse for...
E aí, vocês também? Aí, casalzinho?
It's been quite the...
And you?
Yep.
It can be a...
I mean, the...
Oh, yeah?
You two really are...
Not at all!
Falar com o Wesley. Caraca. Em nome de Jesus. Falar com ele. Esse é o barquinho, em nome de Jesus. E aí, meu chapa?
Do my eyes
Oi, meu
deceive me, or did I
chapa.
just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
É isso
We
aí.
want to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still all right?
We're fine for the most part. NEUVILLAS came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the courts of Fontaine for a pot of water in the middle of nowhere.
Valeu, pai. Melhor não, né?
He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sigewinne.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Cloran received lipstick instead.
Cara,
Those aren't even remotely alike.
aleatório.
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Ô, louco.
Are these from Sigewinne too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
Comida de graça?
You may access the cafeteria for free.
Brasil!
Just remember to come complete the paperwork once it's time for your release.
Beleza. Quantos dias? Volte ao dormitório pra descansar. Pô, esse 21º dia foi de ruê, hein? Quase que tudo vai de base. Arlecchino metendo o louco em cima da foca, do Neuvillette, em todo mundo, tudo pela gnose, mano. Eu fiquei puto que ela atacou a foca, mas pela...
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners though, so it really doesn't feel the same.
Finalmente, dá pra respirar melhor.
Sure feels that way. But the truth is, we never did anything bad to begin with, so I'm not sure why we put so much pressure on ourselves.
Tem uma coisa que você gostaria de dizer?
How did you know?
Você só desmaia na cama?
Hey, that's not true! Alright. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all. We've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends.
Brasil!
And we're just two people, but we've still been solving problems no matter where we go.
Somos melhores.
Isn't that pretty cool?
E somos os melhores aventureiros do mundo.
Receba! Sim! Aren't you the only adventurer here?
Mas você guia também conta.
Let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward.
Receba! Sim!
Just the thoughts making Paimon giddy. Paimon's gonna crash, so you sleep soon too. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater nearly rose up. That was so scary. We should be safe now, right?
Vai ficar bem.
Alright then. Good night to you, traveler.
Boa noite, pai. Opa, outro sonho. Que é isso?
Maconha!
Eita, é o Shield, pai. Tá dormindo, Shield? Não. Eita!
Eita! Tá saindo da jaula o monstro! Aqui sim!
Aê, capítulo 4. Aê. GG, meus amigos. Passamos da metade de Fontaine. Sério, Senpai, sério. Agora é o ato 5 e o ato 6. São os dois últimos atos de Fontaine. Como você sabe, Senpai, porque eu gravei esse modo história. Na minha segunda... Na primeira conta eu só fui até Sumero, que tava pra lançar Fontaine. Na segunda conta eu terminei Fontaine e ainda fui até o País do Fogo, Neitla, no ato 2. E agora nessa terceira conta, o País do Fogo, Neitla, tá no ato 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Então, eu sei o que vai acontecer, mas... Aqui em Fontaine, nos 6 atos, mas a gente tem que gravar porque eu apaguei os vídeos do canal, né? Nós tem que continuar. GG, galera. GG, rapaziada. GG. GG. Passamos a metade de Fontaine. Fontaine são 6 atos. E estamos indo pro 5 e 6. Os 5 e 6 que é os últimos. Que é onde o pau vai quebrar mesmo. É o que eu posso dizer pra vocês. É onde o pau vai quebrar. O pau vai torar, filho. Pô, Senpai, mas aí você vira e pergunta pra mim. Pô, Senpai, mas será que vai acontecer mesmo essa profecia? De Fontaine ser inundada e tudo mais? Aguardemos ser nos próximos capítulos. Talvez sim, talvez não. Não sei. Talvez sim, talvez não. Vamos ver, né? Ih, será que vai todo mundo morrer, Senpai? Não sei. Vamos ver, né? Mas é isso, mas... Pelo que eu me lembro, ainda o ato 5 vai ser umas 3 horas de ato, ou seja, 3 vídeos de 1 hora. E depois o ato 6 que vai ser a pancadaria mesmo. Eu não acho que vai chegar em 3 horas de vídeo. O ato 6 deve ser 2 horas, 1 hora. Então, aí vai. Aí depois do ato 6, ainda tem uma missão do viajante que a gente vai fazer. E depois dessa missão, partiu o País de Fogo. Mas calma, galera. Primeiro, vamos fechar o País da Água, né? E é isso. O capítulo 5 a gente já sai da cadeia. Acho que foi uns 22 dias na cadeia, contando, né? É isso. Obrigada. Uma, deixa eu confirmar. 2 pessoas na live assistindo. Obrigado, Deus abençoe. Fechamos. Então, é isso. Nos vemos no ato 5 de Fontaine. Mas, pô... Me desculpa que eu fiquei... Quem é fã de Arlecchino vai ficar puto comigo, mas eu quero Arlecchino pra conta só porque ela é forte. Agora, se fosse pelo modo de lore, eu não ia pegar, não. Porque... Cara, tudo bem. Ela... Entre Arlecchino e Viajante, os dois não tem com que brigar. Porque os dois é parceiro. Os dois é até parceiro, mas entre Arlecchino e Furina, mano, dá vontade de você virar o Viajante ali, puxar a espada do braço e falar, e aí? E aí, meça suas palavras aí, meu parça. Meça suas palavras aí, minha parça. Que você tá desrespeitando a Furina? Aí, claro, ela ia puxar uma foice, que a arma dela é uma foice, né? Uma foice desse tamanho. Desse tamanho assim, ó. Ela ia virar e falar, como é que é, Senpai? Abaixa a bola você também, filho. Abaixa a bola, filho. Aí ia ser assim, ó. Como é que é, Senpai? Abaixa a bola aí. Não, abaixa você. Aí... E a Furina também poderia puxar, né? Como é que... Ô, segura a bola vocês dois aí. Mas... Tipo assim, ela é a 4ª mensageira dos Fatui. Ela tá fazendo pressão em Fontaine, mas parece que Fontaine, o país de Fontaine, tem medo de Slash Naya, cara. Cara, os Fatui, quando a gente chega no Genshin Impact, os Fatui, eles vão tentar meter o louco em cima de Mondstadt e a Jean bate de frente com os Fatui e fala, não, aqui vocês não mexem, não. Aqui vocês não mexem. Tanto que a Jean discute lá com uma dos Fatui e lá a senhora chega, rouba o bagulho do vento, a Gnosis e vai embora. Lá Mondstadt peita de frente, né, Shinaya? Liu é mais no contrato. Inazuma vai peitar de frente Fatui. Sumera, agora com a Nahida, eles peitam de frente. Mas, pô, parece que Fontaine, parece que ela responde por Slashnaya, cara. Neitland, como é o país do fogo, eu acho que eles não vão responder aos Fatui, mas nem a pau. Porque Neitland é o país da guerra, do fogo, então... Nem a pau que eles vão responder aos Fatui, então... Claro, você pode virar pra mim e falar, pô, Felipe, mas os Fatui tem mais poderio militar, né? Tem mais força. Claro, eles têm 11 mensageiros. Cada mensageiro é como se fosse um arconte, então... Então, se uma Raiden vai pra cima deles... Ela pode matar alguns, por exemplo, mas nos 4 primeiros ela não pega. Ela não pega. Agora, se juntar todos os arcontes contra todos os Fatui, aí a história muda. Seria um confronto pau a pau, entendeu? Mas... Tipo assim, quem é ela pra poder chegar e falar, pô, Furina, que você tá fazendo com o teu país? Por que você não tá salvando? Por que você não tá fazendo a linha de frente? Sou de Fontaine, mano, a foca pode virar e falar, irmã, o país é meu, eu faço o que eu quiser, cuida da tua vida, tá? Aí ela ia falar, cuido não, cadê? Aí ia ter o bate-boca, mas... Uf. É umas coisas assim, não dá nem pra explicar. Parece que Fontaine parece que tem medo de Snatchnaya, sei lá. Ou só respeite, mas respeite demais. NEUVILLAS não, NEUVILLAS já peita mais a Arlecchino no diálogo, mas a Furina, ela se sente com medo. Claro, a Arlecchino tentou matar a Furina, né? Quando a Furina tava brincando com o gatinho na rua, a Arlecchino veio pra cima dela, mas só empurrou ela pro chão, só empurrou e viu que ela não tava com a gnose, porque se ela tivesse com a gnose, tchau tchau, Furina tava morta já. E a Furina falou, pô, por que você tenta me matar? Ela voltou correndo, chorando pra casa. Furina foi morta, né? Furina, a foca parece que quase foi morta a primeira vez. Então eu acho que passou a sensação da morte passar pela sua frente, né? É tenso. Fazer que nem o Minato, né, no Naruto, é tenso. Mas também a Arlecchino, ela foi sábia que ela tirou o pé, porque se fosse um Dottore da vida, vendo a FOCALORS prostrada, ele ia pra cima pra matar. Ah, não tá com ela? Foda-se. Pá. Ou até fazer coisa pior. Conhecendo o Dottore, que é um fatui, que a gente, que ele foi que ele fez experiências, mas na Colei e deu trabalho lá em Sumero, um outro fatui iria pra cima da foca, se fosse maluco. Agora, ali que não tentou matar e tirou o pé, né? E mesmo assim, a foca já ficou com trauma, né? Você vê um trauma na Furina. É, complicado. Próximo ato, acho que... Foca, Furina, né? Foca, Fura, né? Próximo ato, né? Acho que é sobre elas. O único spoiler que eu posso dar pra vocês é isso. Sobre elas. Sobre ela. Sério, Senpai? Sério. É isso. Obrigado a todos e valeu.
Glória a Deus. Glória a Deus.
Em nome de Jesus, salve galera, beleza? Tudo bem com vocês? Felipe, Senpai, Senpai. Amigos, bora lá. Taca ali pau. Obrigado meus que estão me assistindo, Juca, Arthur Rex, galera da live, valeu. Bora lá. Furina. Foca, a Furina foi desmascarada e a Furina não é a verdadeira Arconte Idol. Mas... Só que ela foi condenada à pena de morte. Porque a máquina, o Aracna, do julgamento de Fontaine condenou ela à pena de morte. E agora a gente está analisando essa estátua de pedra para ver a verdadeira história de Fontaine. Infelizmente, a gente teve que fazer isso com a Furina. Botar ela em julgamento pelo bem do povo. Porque ela não falava pro povo do País da Água o que é que ia acontecer na profecia. E a gente vai descobrir parte dessa profecia. Maldito, tá amarrado no Jesus. Bendito. Tá amarrado no Jesus. Parte dessa profecia agora. E eu acho que essa vai ser uma hora final. E o pau vai quebrar, vambora. Essa é uma hora final do ato 5. Então bora. Ah! Meu Deus. Se ferrar, mano. Nossa. Nossa.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydra Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Não sei.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Placa da profecia 1. Verificar a verdade. Desaparecimento em série.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Desaparecimento em série. Número 2. Placa da profecia. Pode ser dissolvido pela água do mar primordial. Shield. Neuvillette. Návia. Chá. Furina. O anúncio da pena de morte.
What is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Prateado condenado à morte. 3. Da placa da profecia. Bruxa. Neuvillette. Shield. Navia.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
E por fim, Bruxa N. Shield. Neuvillette.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
GG.
Receba! Sim!
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Beleza.
Let's hear them.
A primeira tabuleta de pedra revela que os habitantes de Fontaine não são humanos.
Incredible. LYNEY, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Segunda tábua revela que...
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Quanto à terceira tabuleta, estou convencido de que não deveria vir depois da quarta.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
É.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
A quarta tábua demonstra a profecia sendo cumprida.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Mm-hmm.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Fala.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Que a terceira tabuleta é, então?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Tá bom, eu sei que eu joguei esse modo história, mas eu não me lembro de tudo, né? Caraca!
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Não dá pra sair dessa.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Pera aí, já? De novo isso, meu Deus do céu.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Meu Deus do céu. Vai ficar verdade. A baleia no sonho.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Uma baleia? Eita porra.
Ó o pau quebrado, vai! Eita porra! Eita, vai, rapaz! Eita porra! Pega! Pega!
Nossa!
Eita porra! Tá saindo da jaula morto! Esqueci!
Puxa a faca. Poxa, não deixa. Caraca, a baleia, filho. Não deixa.
Puta que eu pariu. pariu. Foda-se fudido, cacete, putaria, fuder, filha de mãe. É pra puta que pariu, porra. Bosta, estrume, bosta, puta, bosta. Hemorroida, filho da puta, bosta, puta, família. E ponto final. Porra.
Caraca.
Não seja leviano. Não seja leviano. Eu vou dizer, não seja leviano. Não seja leviano.
Caraca. Uma baleia. Shield. Meu Deus.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
É aquela que o Shield viu quando era jovem
So we've
também.
met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weak all the while.
Sério?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
Caraca, comedor de tal porra.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Achei o Shield, né?
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to...
Exatamente. Exatamente.
Como assim?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
Nossa!
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Palavras da bruxa. N. Depois de tudo, mesmo assim acabou dessa forma. Não conseguimos lutar contra o destino. Espera, mas se tudo isso é sobre destino...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Caraca, que profundo, hein? Vou só deixar para 3 últimas pessoas aqui. Deixar lá para as 3 últimas pessoas assistirem. Bora lá. No final, o destino servirá como seu guia. Não importa o que aconteça no futuro de Teyvat. Tudo o que você precisa fazer é o seu papel. Sua parte. Será mesmo que a profecia... Se a profecia for cumprida, existe uma forma de salvar todos?
Receba! Sim!
Eu perdi alguma coisa? Espera, esqueci sobre a Furina. O que ela queria dizer pra mim naquele último instante dentro da caixa gigante? O verdadeiro segredo dela? Tarde demais. Que é isso?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
Furina! Vai lá, viajante. Pula lá. Pega ela. Pula.
I still need answers.
Oi. Foca! Furina! Nossa! E aí, Queen? Bem-vindo aí, prazer, Felipe Senpai. Faço live de Genshin todo dia, parte final de Fontaine. Senta aí, pega uma pipoca e come. Caraca, gatinho, hein?
Ai, que delícia!
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am FOCALORS. You know, the god.
FOCALORS? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving.
Chamei ela de gatinha, ela deu risada, pô. Receba aí, ela aceitou a cantada.
The heavenly principles.
Oi?
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Caraca, na hora certa, obrigado. Tchau, obrigado. Salve, galera. Prazer, Felipe Senpai. Senpai. Aham. Faço lá, Senpai. Pera aí. Salve, galera, Felipe Senpai. Senpai. Aham. Faço live todo dia de Genshin Impact. Eu tenho um canal no YouTube que eu gravo Genshin e outros jogos. Sejam bem-vindos. Vocês chegaram em hora boa. Tá aí meu canal no YouTube. Tô postando vídeo lá. Também sumero. Só que eu tô fazendo live em Fontaine. Então quem assiste live vai ver mais antes o conteúdo. Só que depois esse conteúdo vai pro YouTube, pra quem quiser reassistir, tá? Tô tentando rushar nessa terceira conta que eu criei. Chegar em Neutvilla's, no País do Fogo, o mais rápido possível. Pra poder acompanhar o mundo inteiro. E vocês chegaram na hora boa. Estamos no final de Fontaine. O arco do País da Água tá fechando agora. Chega mais. Show. Obrigado aí, tchau. Deus abençoe. Show eu compartilhar o link dele. Quem quiser seguir ele. Porque meu SH não tá funcionando. Então segue aí. Tamo junto. Resumindo a história aqui pra vocês. O País da Água tinha uma profecia que... Como é que eu vou explicar isso pra vocês resumidamente? A deusa do País da Água antiga, Egera, ela... Como é que eu vou explicar? Os habitantes do País da Água eram oceanídeos, um bichinho de água. Aí ela fez todo mundo virar humano. Só que os países de cima, Celestia, que é como se fosse o céu, meteram um pecado nela e acusaram ela de pecado e meteram uma maldição. Ó, você vai morrer, mas todo o seu povo vai morrer no dilúvio. Vai vir um dilúvio da Arca de Noé, vai inundar todo mundo e todo mundo vai morrer, vai deixar de ser humano e vai virar oceanídeo. Só que a gente descobre que, na verdade, é uma baleia que vem de outro mundo, que tá usando uma água chamada Mar Primordial e tá se alimentando e quer comer todo o povo de Fontaine, quer matar todo mundo. Nossa, Senpai, é como se fosse o filme da baleia assassina. Aí agora essa deusa teve a Egéria, a primeira deusa de água, e teve essa segunda que é a FOCALORS. Essa FOCALORS agora ela tá explicando tudo. Valeu, tchau. Obrigado. Mas só pra explicar pra vocês, a baleia assassina, o filme é basicamente esse filme, né? Caraca, antigão, hein? Orca, baleia assassina. É como se fosse esse filme, entendeu? Só que... Bora lá. Mas já estamos no final, bora. Apesar que, olhando pra trás, longe de ser uma herança que alguém sonharia, entre a tarefa de salvar a nação, os deveres de um arconte. Deus a Hidro, sem mencionar o pecado original de criar uma nova raça de humanos, ouso dizer que ela me deixa uma bagunça.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named FURINA.
Agora entendi, agora saquei.
Sorrow and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, FURINA's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Filha da...
Plan, of course. The plan to deceive heavenly principles.
Tudo pra enganar os princípios, mas por quê?
Remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited FURINA to be an actress.
to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, FOCALORS' divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Will be queen.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But FURINA is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Já se hidratou
It
hoje,
has
putz.
indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form,
Olha o spoiler,
I must
rapaziada,
definitely
calma.
owe her an apology for it.
Estamos gravando pro YouTube, o povo do YouTube não pode saber.
500 years.
500
And all
anos.
along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Aqui a gente tá gravando pro YouTube, pode ter gente no YouTube assistindo que ainda não chegou até aqui, entendeu? Vem mais seco que Saara, pois é. Mas é... Então, calma. Olha o spoiler, rapaziada, do que vai acontecer. Já entendi, Sabá, é o spoiler do que vai acontecer, mas aguenta aí. Tá, FOCALORS, você tá explicando o que é que você fez com a FURINA, mas você não explicou por que que você decidiu enganar os princípios celestiais. Por quê e pra quê? Explica aí, minha filha. Ter contato com as lágrimas de FURINA. Estou me lembrando. As lágrimas contêm as emoções mais fortes de um ser. Como a minha sensibilidade hidro ficou forte, posso formar uma conexão emocional, como fiz com a cianídeo. Será que é o mundo inteiro da FURINA? O que ela tá fazendo no palco? Não. É a reflexão do eu dela. Se eu puder falar diretamente, talvez eu consiga saber. Eu vim em busca de respostas, de qualquer forma. Não posso perder essa oportunidade. Tô na casa do cacete. Eu sou onde Deus me guiar aqui. Jesus, em nome de Jesus. Dá pra sair entrar pela direita? Bora. E aí, FURINA? Como é que tá a situação aí?
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Desculpa, FURINA, mas e aí, tá furada? Você tá entrando numa furada, hein, minha filha? Me perdoe. Qual é? Sou eu, pô.
All right.
Brincadeira.
It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Não vejo nenhuma plateia aqui, não. Diga seu nome, como assim?
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am FOCALORS. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Tem alguma coisa errada. Até no coração dela tá atuando com... Papai, que tipo de determinação ela deve ter? Que tá impenetrável. Tem que encontrar uma maneira de... penetrar, mas é... no sentido bom. Calma lá. Desativa a luz.
Audience, the performance is experiencing a
Ó, o pau quebrando, vai, eita porra! Vai, rapaz! Eita porra! Pega! Pega!
By royal decree, ring cutter.
Grito sem eco, algemas.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Propagate! No, my sword! Let me weave you up.
Receba! Sim!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Olha o que eu tô fazendo com os seus guardas, ô Furina. Acorda pra vida, minha filha.
Ó o pau quebrando, vai! Eita porra! Tira, vai, rapaz! Eita porra! Eita!
Os holofotes se desligaram. O coração na frente deve ter simbolizado os olhos do povo nela. Recebi algum sinal. Será que a voz dela é de verdade? Ingresso? Oh, Jesus. Como que acabou aqui esse ingresso? Legal, de ouro. Ó, centro VIP pra mim.
Ai, que delícia!
Parece que o show tá pra começar, bora.
Bora! Bora! Hora do show!
Ato 1, perante o espelho, Furina. Não dá pra jogar com ela. É, tomara que você venha pra minha conta, barra baixinha.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Caraca, que doideira, né? Nossa, dois, conversação fluindo.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am FURINA de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god FOCALORS, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
O povo tá pedindo uma raid, não é possível
If you
isso.
ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalors, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Brasil!
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
What?
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Muito meu.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And LYNEY did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh,
you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the God of Justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while FURINA suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither FURINA nor FOCALOR, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In
Senpai!
other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, FOCALORS. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, NEUVILLAS. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
E o poder retorna pro dragão. Obrigado, Felipe. A partir de agora, eu vou viver alegremente como humano, exatamente como queria que pudesse.
I, Iudex NEUVILLAS, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Parou aí. Eu sei que é 1h42 da manhã, mas eu quero fechar logo esse ato de Fontaine. Eu vou gravar até 3 horas da manhã, pai. Dessa vez eu vou ter mais tarde. Eu sei o que eu tô fazendo. Galera, nos vemos no próximo vídeo. Agora é a batalha final. Senpai contra a Baleia. Agora já chega. Chega de sofrimento para Fontaine. Obrigado às 2 pessoas mexendo. Valeu. Em nome de Jesus. Salve, galera. Tudo bem com vocês? Felipe, Senpai. Senpai. Amigos. Agora já chega. Vamos matar essa baleia. Senpai versus Baleia. Vamos. Bora lá. 1h44 da manhã, dia 24 de outubro de 2024. Acho que vai até 2h44. Obrigado às 4 pessoas da live assistindo. Nos abençoe. Agora eu vou focar aqui. É hora de acabar com isso. Vamos punir aquela baleia.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Eu?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Bora! Bora! Hora do show!
Caraca. Baleia assassino filme, né? Beleza, agora é a nossa vez. Vem pra C. Vem pra cima. Toma essa na cara aí, baleia. Vai, caralho. Vai, pô. Toma essa na cara.
Ó o pau quebrando, vai, eita porra! Vai, rapaz! Eita porra! Pega! Pega!
Germinate!
I feel sorrow turning into hostility.
Let me lead you on.
Propagate!
By royal decree!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Present itself. The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Ó o pau quebrando, vai, maconha! Maconha! Ó o pau quebrando, vai, eita porra! Vai, rapaz! Eita porra! Pega! Pega!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
I swear by royal decree! Rain cutter!
Midnight.
Body in.
No rest for the wicked.
Rain outlines your fate.
Propagate! So!
Receba!
Hear me!
Receba! Sim!
Deu pra finalizar com o viajante. Criatura, volte para onde você veio e descanse em paz. Yeah. Que? Foda-se!
Foda-se!
Quem é você?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Animal de estimação?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? Yeah! It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Deixa eu perguntar também. Obrigado por me chamar de forte. Valeu.
Receba! Sim! Glória a Deus. Glória a Deus.
Glória a Deus. Ai, caraca, eu tirei o chat da tela. Nem tem mais aparecendo. Que tipo de gente... E mais seco que o Sara. O Sara é meu pau, filho. Só por causa disso não vai aparecer chat na tela não, Sabá. Ah. Cara, que tipo de gente ia ter baleia devoradora como animal de estimação?
It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Caraca.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Pô.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Quem? Yeah! Não, não é isso. Não. Deixa eu ligar o chat aqui. O que é uma live sem chat, né? Pera aí. Também não, né, Phil? Vai ser com quem a gente só na Sara aí também não, né? Vai ser... Vai. Sertalog quem?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Yes.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
Esse que gatinha, quer namorar comigo, hein?
Ai, que delícia!
Brincadeira, não.
That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Ela fala, não!
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest.
Aí eu falo, vá merda. Ela fala, é...
As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Nossa.
In other words, The prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Putz, não. Natural, a profecia vai se realizar. Nós sabíamos e aceitamos, mas...
Not to worry. FOCALORS has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only FURINA will remain, weeping on her throne.
Nossa!
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Vou até ficar em cima da cadeira pra ver o final.
Receba! Sim! Eita! Tá saindo da chave o morto! Aqui sim!
Nossa! É isso que o Wesley tava trabalhando, é pra isso.
Look! The water's receding!
Aê.
Receba!
Glória a Deus. Glória a Deus.
It's a miracle! Waters receding. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
The prophecy was wrong.
Attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about post-soil skyship winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the people always... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Galera, esse vídeo de luta eu vou fechar por aqui. Foi um vídeo de luta rápida, a luta nem durou nem 5 minutos praticamente. 6 horas 6 atos pra luta durar 10 minutos, a verdadeira luta. Pena que não deu pra fechar com o viajante. Fechei com a Fish, mas ela ajudou. Agora o próximo vídeo, galera, é sobre o que aconteceu após Fontaine. Quer dizer, é a parte final de Fontaine. Que a água já baixou. A água no pescoço já baixou e tá tudo normal. Pela live, quem me assistiu nessa luta, obrigado às 4 pessoas. Valeu, Deus abençoe. Queen, tchau. Arthur, Rex. Kobe Silva, valeu. Mas continua, não acabou não.
Glória a Deus. Glória a Deus.
Em nome de Jesus, salve galera, Felipe Senpai. Senpai. Amigos, vencemos a baleia. Quem é Skirk? Essa serva. Ninguém sabe quem é, mas um tapa. Ela mandou a baleia pelos ares e o shield pra casa do cacete. Mas ela não é desse mundo, talvez é do abismo ela. E ainda pedi ela em namoro, né? Tô lascado. Ela falou não, graças a Deus. Mas qualquer dia desse nós saímos na porrada. Mas resumindo, a profecia ia ser cumprida, mas parece que foi cumprida, as águas foi pra cima, inundou Fontaine, mas depois baixou as águas. E ninguém se dissolveu. Vamos descobrir o porquê. Essa 1 hora final é pra fechar Fontaine. Então, bora lá. Obrigado às 4 pessoas da live, Deus abençoe. E vai, toca a intro. Jesus, bora lá. Isso aí.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Os artigos me deixaram curioso.
I'm curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Meu Deus do céu, agora vou ter que acompanhar a paparazzi aqui. Terminou com ela. Valeu pela rotação, Fish. Valeu. Valeu, Jim. Valeu. Valeu, Chiquinho. Tamo junto. É nóis, Senpai.
Receba! Sim!
Finalmente, né? Posso pegar. Fontaine agora se recuperando da crise. Mas, vamos lá. Vai. Ato 4. Vamos pra posição. Final. Ato 4, capítulo 5. A calamidade de Fontaine finalmente chegou ao fim. Independente do que aconteça, a imprensa não vai parar de noticiar. Não parará de noticiar. Em outras palavras, as pessoas descobrirão a verdade tão rápido quanto os personagens do Pássaro a Vapor conseguiram escrever.
Oi, meu chapa.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss FURINA. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Paparazzi.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake? Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate. Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Monte de foto no Instagram.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde. Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Eu já sabia que ela ia.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sigewinne, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first. Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Fechou. Vamos pra onde agora? Fortaleza Merópide. Vai no TP de baixo pra cair em cima. Ah, Charlotte. Primeira vez na cadeia, Charlotte.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
Aí, ó,
It's an
entrevista.
honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Ah, cara dele. Casalzinho.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Boyo. Exatamente.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Caraca.
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Caraca.
Really? Well then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing.
Ai, que delícia!
Casalzão, hein?
Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
No.
Ah, Sigewinne.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewinne. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile?
Yeah.
So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
Você caminha com Wesley por um tempo e compartilha as boas notícias dos
I see.
perfeitos.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
As docas. Onde tudo começou aqui. Deixa eu recarregar as baterias aqui da batalha contra a baleia. A batalha aqui foi tensa.
Ai, que delícia!
Glória a Deus. Glória a Deus.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with LYNEY and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Não, olha pra mim.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Nossa.
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Passa o zap aí, mina.
Sure.
Relações sexuais.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Todo mundo.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Pra mim não é pegador, filho. Sai de baixo. Tô zoando.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, traveler?
Tô tranquilo, tô favorável.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady FURINA left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Ô, filha da puta! Vai se fuder, ô filha da puta! É o que ela faz, meu! Seu pai tem gonorreia, careca do caralho! Foda-se!
Na moral. Cara, mesmo jogando isso daqui uma terceira vez, não vale, já percebi, não vale a pena a gente ficar brigando por Gnose, porque o Vente, a Gnose do Vente foi roubada. O do Zhongli, ele deu em negociação com a senhora. A da Heine e a Emiko deram pro... Tá bom. Foi levada pra Sumero. Mas em Sumero, a Nahida deu a da Heine e da Emiko, o bagulho dela, a Gnose dela, e deu a dela de Sumero, a quarta. E agora no quinto país... A Neuvillette deu a Gnose para Arlecchino em negociação. Será que no País do Fogo, onde está o mundo inteiro, a Gnose vai ser dada também? Galera, não adianta mais nós viajantes, ficar brigando por Gnose. Deixa eu dar quantidade de Gnose para os Fatu e para a Tsarisa, mano. Vamos ver o que a Tsarisa quer com as Gnose no final do jogo. Não vale a pena.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Ele é dos meus companheiros de guerra.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Sim, Arlecchino.
Father.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
Sério?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Vai manter essa posição?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Acabei de lembrar, por favor, ajude a gente a entregar isso daqui, ó.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
É do Shield.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're... Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Uma foto dela, tira uma foto dela.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
Quero ver.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Vem pra minha conta, hein, filha? Pra fazer aviso.
Such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Valeu.
To move things
Valeu.
about?
Aceito sim, mano.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now.
Valeu, LYNEY.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see her new...
Pra fechar a gravação. Pra fechar a gravação. Essa parte final, Senpai, vai terminar aqui agora. O ato 4, País da Água, Fontaine.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Juca. Obrigado por estar com nós aí. Vai acabar agora.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. LYNEY. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. He came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Privilégio se espelha levemente antes de contar a verdade em relação ao que viu naquele dia. FOCALORS enganou os princípios celestiais e usou a performance infinita de Furina para salvar Fontaine. Nossa.
So that's what happened?
Eu só vi a parte da Furina.
FOCALORS destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
Yeah.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
FOCALORS must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Então naquele momento, então as pessoas de Fontaine nasceram de novo.
In a manner of speaking, FOCALORS finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
É.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Sim.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Amigos, finalmente, agora sim. Chegamos nessa fase das 5 perguntas. Significa que vai acabar o capítulo do país. Vamos finalizar logo isso. Sobre o veredito do Shield.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or FOCALORS deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess FOCALORS had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Nossa!
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Ô pai, o povo vai ter filho tendo
relações sexuais.
Eu vou comer seu cu no Uno, eu vou comer seu cu no Uno. Hoje eu te empurro tudo, tu vai pra outro mundo. Eu vou comer seu cu no Uno, eu vou comer seu cu no Uno. Hoje eu te empurro tudo, tu vai pra outro mundo.
Então, pai, é assim que as pessoas vão ter filho, por meio de relações libidinosas após os 18 anos. Mas... sobre o futuro de Fontaine.
About that. Wriothesley said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related FOCALORS' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of FOCALOR the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After FOCALOR passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
Da bunda, só
As
pode.
I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Caraca.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite
Vai
useful,
ficar
huh?
preso em Fontaine, filho.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Pai, me desculpa que eu falei do bagulho dos casal. O casal, eles vão continuar tendo filho normalmente como ser humano. Desculpa aí, mas ignora isso aí. Pensa aí que eles vão brincar de casinha. Pronto. Sobre a Gnose de Fontaine, você deu pra... Mano, por que você deu pra Arlecchino, cara?
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Então... resumindo, se agora eu tenho poder total e nem preciso mais da Gnose. Agora se os Fatui quiserem arranjar confusão. Próxima parada então?
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Paz do Fogo.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Oh, louco.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Oh, louco.
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Sério?
Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
Capitão vai estar lá.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Já era.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about
Opa.
Gnosis.
Fala.
When we spoke to LYNEY earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed.
E a Skirk, ninguém vai falar não?
There might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Neuvillas?
Duas horas antes. Valeu.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes? Yeah!
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After FOCALORS' divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Então foi isso. Dias atuais.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Ué, a Gnosis não decide, ela mencionou um deles. Eu sou o quarto descido, pô. Uma, que Gnosis são relacionados aos descidos. Dois, que veio de mim já morreu.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Não sei.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the traveler to the dead third descender and all?
Relaxa, não vou morrer tão facilmente.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Graças a Deus.
Glória a Deus. Glória a Deus.
Moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Você consegue entender?
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Não sei. Aê.
Acabou! Acabou! Pra acabar! Pra exorcizar o último fantasma que faltava! Uma cobrança dos pênaltis!
GG.
Glória a Deus. Glória a Deus.
Após 41 minutos, acabou. Galera, peço desculpas a vocês. Eu pensei que Fontaine teria 6 atos, mas só foi até o ato 5. Acabou. 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 Ou melhor, ainda não. Capítulo 4, ato 6. Estão vendo esse desenho do viajante aqui? Estamos vendo, Senpai. Antes da gente ir pro País do Fogo... Pera aí, deixa eu tirar essa música. Pronto, agora fica melhor de conversar. Antes da gente ir agora pro País do Fogo, que tá aqui agora, que é onde, que finalmente é onde o mundo inteiro está, no País do Fogo, Neitla, a gente tem que fazer mais uma missão do viajante. Sério, Senpai? Sério. Isso é as missões do viajante. O jogo fala que faz parte. Capítulo 4, ato 6. Mas na verdade, ato 5, né? Ato 6 lá. Não, ato 6. Mas na verdade é a missão do viajante. Vamos chamar de viajante 3. Mas é uma missão rápida, de 1h30. A gente faz essa missão e aí sim, depois dessa missão, sem mais enrolação, nós vamos pro País do Fogo. Finalmente, hein? Finalmente. Mas o arco de Fontaine, como aqui é o desenho dos viajantes, a gente já sabe. Tá fechado praticamente. Caraca, que foto foda. Mas tá fechado. Tá fechado. Livrinho. 4, ato 3. Ato 4. E ato 5. Aí nós vai pro... 4, 6, história de dormir, mas na verdade é a missão do viajante, mas isso fica pro próximo vídeo. Aí depois dessa missão do viajante, eu faço um vídeo pro canal explicando aquele famoso vídeo. Fim do arco de Fontaine, partiu Neitla. Aí sim, depois desses 2 vídeos a gente vai pro País do Fogo no canal, beleza? Pra quem tá me assistindo na Twitch, mais tarde, dia 24/10, eu faço essa missão do viajante em live e já começa o Neitla. E é onde o mundo inteiro está parado e é onde eu fui. Na minha primeira conta eu só fui até Fontaine, que aí parou. Na minha segunda, não, na minha primeira conta eu fui pra Sumero, que era o fim de Sumero. Na segunda conta em Fontaine e a minha terceira... Não, a minha segunda conta eu passei de Fontaine. Não, minha primeira conta eu cheguei até Fontaine, até a metade. A segunda conta eu cheguei aí pra Neila, só que eu parei no ato 2. E agora nessa terceira e última conta nós vai até o final. No País do Fogo, eles já estão no ato 4, na metade já. Então nós temos que ainda fazer a última corrida para chegar. São 4 atos, mas são atos de 3 horas, mais rápido. E só o último que, pelo que me falaram, é um ato de 5 horas que tem que dar spoiler, vai ter uma guerra, não sei o que vai acontecer. Então, até o ato 2 do País de Fogo eu sei o que acontece. Modo história. Do ato 3 e 4 já não sei mais o que acontece. Então vocês vão ver reações diferentes em mim, reação de... Entendeu? É isso, mas... Vamos fechar essa live, fechar esse vídeo. 2h45 da manhã, 24h10, mais tarde eu gravo. Perfeito. Obrigadas 2 pessoas que me assistiram, tamo junto. Vou gankar aqui pro meu amigo aqui, meus pixels. Não. Cara. Vai pro jogo com a cena, porque ele ficou comentando na minha live aqui quietinho. Mas, obrigado às 3 pessoas que me assistiram. E a você que tá me assistindo nesse vídeo, tá vindo pro canal no YouTube. Só mais 2 vídeos. Um da missão do viajante. Vai ser 1h30 provavelmente, 2 horas no máximo. Um vídeo explicando todo o arco de Fontaine. E já nos preparando pro arco do País do Fogo. E a partir do terceiro vídeo já é País do Fogo. Taca-lhe pau no carinho. Então, claro, quem me assiste pela Twitch vai ver mais rápido esse vídeo. Só que se quiser assistir de novo é só me acompanhando no YouTube. O canal é esse aqui. Agora para você que está me acompanhando no YouTube, na Twitch você não vai ver mais. Então é isso. Obrigado a vocês que me assistiram. E é isso. Fim do arco do País da Água praticamente. Só para avisar, o que acontece com o Shield e com a Focalor, com a Furina. A Furina tem a missão lendária dela, que a gente vai desbloquear mais pra frente, mas eu não vou trazer pro canal, porque essas missões lendárias, pra mim, não tem nada a ver com a modo história do viajante. É só missão de spin-off, que você vai passar um dia com esses bonecos aqui. Pra mim, não tem nada a ver, não tem nada. Então, mas resumida a missão dela, a Furina volta a viver em Fontaine. E se você não quiser ouvir spoiler, corta o vídeo agora. Você sai do vídeo agora, mas se tiver pronto para spoiler, a Furina ela volta a viver em Fontaine, mas ela recebe uma visão. Já que ela não é mais Arconte-Hidro, a deusa de água, ela recebe uma visão, que nem o Chico, que tem uma visão. E ela pode usar os poderes de água dela. Sobre o nosso amigo Shield, ele vai voltar na missão da Arlecchino. Na missão da Arlecchino, ele ainda vai voltar, mas ele vai conversar com nós e vai falar, ó, Senpai, eu enfrentei a baleia e lá, tudo mais, só que eu tô machucado. Obrigado aí por toda a assistência aqui em Fontaine e a gente se vê em LYNEY agora. Eu tô voltando pra lá e lá a gente se encontra, lá com os meus irmãos, o Teucer e os meus irmãos. Aí a gente fala, beleza. E a gente vai enfrentar Arlecchino, vai ter uma batalha contra Fatui. Sério, Senpai? Sério. Talvez essa missão da Arlecchino eu vou gravar, mas o final da batalha, pra postar no canal, porque tem a ver com o modo... Quer dizer, não tem a ver com o modo do lore, mas eu quero botar na lore da história, porque eu quero tocar num ponto importante que o viajante vai sofrer com a Arlecchino um choque de realidade. Que para nós jogadores, eu que sou meio viajante, eu espero que a Mihoyo faça o viajante ficar forte. Tanto em lore quanto em gameplay, para vencer sem ajuda. Mas isso deixa para outro dia. Mas até eu abrir essa missão da Arlecchino vai demorar, porque olha o tanto de boneco que eu tenho que fazer missão. 3, 6, 9, 12, tem uns de Sumero, né? 15, 18, 21, 24, nossa, 26, nossa, vai demorar, beleza? E a última missão é de TC que é dela. E fala dos bonecos T4, né? Mas aí é outra história. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, uns 18 bonecos T4. Mas é isso, meus amigos. Traduzindo é isso. a Furina volta a viver em Fontaine. Recebe a visãozinha dela, que nem o Chico. E o Shield volta lá pra... Ele ainda fala com nós. Ele agradece pela ajuda e volta lá pro País do Gelo, que vai ser o encontro final. Depois do País do Fogo. E a Furina vai ganhar uma visão que nem de poder, que nem o Chico. Deixa eu ver se eu acho. Estão vendo essa visão aqui, ó? Na cintura do Chico? Aqui. Tô vendo, Senpai, ela vai ganhar uma também. É isso. Voltando a música. Obrigado a todos que me assistiram até aqui. Nos vemos na missão do viajante.
Glória a Deus. Glória a Deus.
Essa parte aqui, André. O viajante tá perguntando aqui pro Zhongli. E sobre minha irmã? Pera aí, André, segura aí.
That's when we realized that those events were connected to the person we're searching for.
Tudo isso é importante pra mim.
You're a god. You've lived through thousands of years of history. Surely you experienced the incident?
Fala aí, Zhongli. Cadê minha irmã?
I cannot say.
Ah. Por quê? Por quê?
You can't even give us a thread of information? This is so important to us.
I understand. But I must apologize. This is my contract.
You mean another past grievance? Like the incident with Ejda? Too painful to talk about?
It was signed before it all began. I have always honored the contract. And kept my silence.
How can you be like that?
You two are friends to me. I can assure it brings me no pleasure to disappoint you. But as the god of contracts, I cannot go back on my word.
Já tinha pensado nisso.
Would you be ready to find out?
Talvez.
It appears your understanding of this world continues to grow. There are many events of ages past. Many secrets that lie hidden. They have been eroded by time. Forgotten by the people. Abandoned. But you are capable of finding them and bringing them into the light. Those who come to witness will witness. Those who are born to remember will remember. If you take the same road as that person, there may be more difficulties ahead. But as long as you firmly believe that you are on the right path, everything has meaning.
Ele falou que não pode falar sobre a nossa irmã porque ele tem contrato, mas ele falou que se você acredita não estando nesse caminho, é um caminho difícil, você vai encontrar a sua irmã e desvendar os bagulhos desse mundo. Mas desde que tudo começou em Teyvat, ele fez um contrato e ele não pode quebrar até o fim. Agora pode falar. É tenso, né, André? Nós temos que explorar por conta própria, né?
É o único que sabe e ele não pode falar.
É. Acho que em Slash Nike vai ser revelado tudo.
Não, o pior é que quando eu fiz pela primeira vez, eu até pensei que a Shogun soubesse. Aí eu fiquei naquela ansiedade, falei, bom...
Mas não, né?
Pergunta pra Raiden, né? Pergunta pra Raiden.
É, mas nem ela sabe também.
Aí, conversa vai, conversa vem, tapa pra lá, soco pra cá, chute pra lá, né? Por fim, resolveu perguntar. Aí, quando resolve perguntar, a Shogun falou que não sabia. Eu falei, putz.
É tenso, né? É tenso. Ela não sabe nem a Emiko também. A Raiden fala na missão lendária dela que não sabe, e aí a Emiko na do Arconte não sabe também. Mas sendo sincero, essa missão do Zhongli é a única que dá pra colocar em gravação aqui com o modo história do viajante, com a missão Arconte, porque é a única que dá um pouquinho de spoiler, um pouquinho de dica sobre a vida do viajante aqui. Agora as outras aqui pra frente, Ganyu, até dos Arconte. A Raiden um pouquinho, mas eu não gravei, não peguei essa parte, foi mal. Mas os outros Arconte, Narida, Foca, Furina, Arlecchino e Emily, de tudo pra frente não aparece mais, então... Vamos seguir em frente, então. Deixa eu fechar a
Ele
gravação.
pergunta pro Neuvillette, pra falar a verdade. Só que o Neuvillette também não sabe.
Também não sabe, verdade. É isso. André, obrigadão pelo comentário aí, cara. Na gravação aqui. Valeu, viu?
Imagino.
Valeu, galera da live. Deus abençoe. Em nome de Jesus. Em nome de Jesus. Galera, eu tenho que gravar essa parte da missão porque... Só pra vocês saberem o que acontece com o Shield depois que... Ele enfrenta a baleia. Aí. Eita.
It's the knave and child.
Oi, meu chapa.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in Snezhnaya recuperating? What are you still doing in Fontaine?
Oh, it's you two. I didn't expect to run into you here. I was unconscious for quite a while after the fight in the Primordial Sea. After I woke up, I realized I was being taken back to Snezhnaya, and well, I couldn't have that now, could I? Not when I've still got unfinished business here in Fontaine. So, I mustered up all my strength and made the journey back on my own.
What sort of unfinished business are we talking here?
It has to do with Skirk, my master. I really wanted to meet up with her, but by the time I got back, she had already left. I still have so many questions for her. Without any other leads, all I could do was ask the knave to help me track her down. She must have left behind some traces from her time in Fontaine.
Oh, okay, so have you found any clues?
Unfortunately, no. While the House of the Hearth is adept at collecting all manner of intelligence, certain existences can still manage to escape our purview.
Basically, unless Master feels there's a need to meet with me, she's not going to be found. But that problem has an easy fix. I just need to become stronger, and then...
Paimon thinks you should focus on getting better first.
The worst of it is over. It's all thanks to that one kid from the House of the Hearth. Elwar, I think her name was. She gave me a bunch of random potions to drink. They didn't go down easy, let me tell you. Pain and chills all over. But they really did help speed up my recovery. And that's good, because it looks like I really do have to head back this time. The old man's been putting the pressure on me. He sent someone to tell me I'm needed for some sort of project.
Project Stuja?
Yeah, that's the one. I heard Regrador's involved too. I'm not looking forward to having to listen to all his monologuing, that's for sure. Hey, maybe you could think of a way for me to stay in Fontaine for a little longer. Helping LYNEY and the others brush up on their fighting skills would be far more interesting. If you and I could spar, that would be even better. I've been waiting for a chance to see you go all out.
And what a sweet little daydream that is. But I also have a role to play in all this. I'll be leaving Fontaine shortly as well. Besides, considering how little they see fit to step outside the homeland, being called on to return to Snezhnaya by such illustrious dignitaries, what a great honor. Wouldn't you agree?
One I could do without, I'd say.
Não entendeu nada, mas beleza.
Is it just Paimon? Or does it kind of seem like they're...
Os caras falam mal nas costas dos colegas, mano. É tudo que falciane. Que falciane, André. O viajante falou na cara, ó. Falando mal dos seus colegas tão abertamente, Shield e Arlecchino pelas costas. Tudo falciane. Alô?
Normal.
Eu tenho que soltar um meme.
Of the House of the Hearth. To what do I owe the visit?
Acho que essa parte já vou cortar. A gente quer saber mais sobre você.
Right. We're super close to LYNEY and
BFF do LYNEY. Assim, cara, que...
Introductions have already been made, have they not?
Que isso?
Exatamente.
Fala por ti, Aether. Por mim, não? Senpai.
about someone from a short introduction. At least tell us something a little extra, like, why do you call yourself father?
Huh, good question. I'd also like
Ah,
to
lá
know.
vem mais um contra-torpedeiro, mas que
The fact that you
delícia,
have to
viu?
ask tells me our intelligence work has been quite successful.
Oh, mas é uma
Telling you the
delícia
answer
isso
to
aqui.
that question would only serve to undermine that success.
Eu tô fudido.
And we can't have that.
Deu o que fazer pra afundar um, vou ter que afundar o outro também.
Spoken like a true diplomat. That was some expert sidestepping right there.
Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take my leave. I still have a small matter to resolve at home.
Wait, don't go!
Se ela for agora, vai se encontrar com o LYNEY. Meu Deus, soltar os pássaros. Sobre a casa da lareira.
I'd also like to hear the answer to this. I've met some of the members of your organization, and they all seemed like really good kids. They actually reminded me of Tonya and Tusser. Which, by the way, if you ever betray them, I'm just letting you know, I won't let you off easy.
And why would I betray them?
Well, you've already betrayed the House of the Hearth once, haven't you? At least, that's what I heard.
Eita, bicha. Pancadaria.
Okay.
O Felipe na pancadaria aí, eu na pancadaria aqui. É uma delícia mesmo, né, Felipe?
Passei pra casa da lareira.
Wait, did you really
No caso aí, o Felipe passa a mão na farpa e vai farpar os outros com a farpa e eu vou encher o canhão aqui.
Care to enlighten me?
Well, nothing much. Just some stuff about you taking out many other members of the House of the Hearth, and even going so far to attack your own family.
I see.
Oh, based on your reaction, I'm guessing it's all a bunch of lies.
Hardly. I don't appreciate his particular turns of phrase, but I suppose he didn't say
mas vai ter
anything
que,
untrue.
vou ter que afundar outro idiota.
Although it would be more accurate to say that there is a certain level of prejudice involved, but I don't intend to clear that up just yet. Prejudice has a funny way of concealing the real truth behind certain things, an attribute that I find to be quite advantageous. Call yourself a Fontaine,
Já afundaram ele já.
and people will assume all sorts of things, when the real truth
Enquanto isso, os torpedos seguem
is simply the land
na
where
água
I
ali.
was raised.
Huh? You're not actually from
Pesquisa 10 na... Agora, Steam?
Try to help out with the prophecy and everything.
Agora, minha filha?
I was trying to protect the
sério?
children born in
Agora?
Fontaine. Claiming that I myself was a Fontanian simply made it easier to operate.
Depois de 300 anos que
Nossa, Arlecchino não é de Fontaine. Desculpa o spoiler, André.
Já sabia.
The primordial sea wouldn't
A
have any effect on me,
Arlecchino é
but it would have
cairiana, eu
caused
sei.
great harm to the House of the Hearth. Well, you wanted
Assim como o
extra
capitão.
information, didn't you? There you go. I hope that satisfied your curiosity.
Provavelmente só revelou seu segredo pra mudar o assunto. Era pra saber mais sobre a traição, mas ela mudou de assunto. Tá evitando.
So, you stayed in Fontaine for the kids. I guess I was wrong to believe you'd betray them.
Deixa de pedir desculpa.
Good. Like I said, I like it when others have misconceptions of me.
Actually, while I was recuperating at the House of the Hearth, there was
Nossa,
something
caralho,
else that
teve
really
que colocou
caught my
navio
attention.
rosa ali.
I heard that members always
É de mulher,
resolve disputes
certeza.
and arguments with a friendly spar.
Se o navio é cor-de-rosa inteiro, é de mulher.
Seems pretty cool if you ask me.
Já sei que é mulher que tá na batalha.
Opportunities to hone their skills.
Well, that's only a
Fácil
recent
identificar uma mulher.
development. In the past, such spars weren't nearly so friendly. The losing party
E eu
would
vou
lose
literalmente pro lado do navio dela ainda, porque pontuar tá lá adiante.
Hey, were that high stakes?
Eu vou sempre pontuar.
Bem que não é mais.
The current atmosphere's not half bad. I'm a bit jealous, actually.
Pode viver com familiar.
Family around means dealing with a considerable amount of bickering and scheming. Once Tonya and Tusser enter their rebellious phase, I'm sure you'll understand. Just imagine. Tusser becomes obsessed with plucking out strands from the rooster's mustache, or Tonya decides to dye her hair 42 different colors.
Okay. I get...
Enquanto o assunto vai aí. Aí a história para por aqui.
Well, would you look at the time? I should probably get going.
Valeu, Shield.
Traveler, Paimon, I'm not sure where our paths will cross next, but the next time we run into each other, we should definitely try and find some time to spar.
Beleza.
Again, maybe this is a conversation we can have when you look less like you're gonna kill over.
All right. Well, thanks for everything, Arlecchino.
No thanks necessary. You also played a part in obtaining the Gnosis. I would say we can call ourselves even.
I like the sound of that. Well, I'm off. See you all some other time.
Valeu, Shield. Até Snatchnai.
We should probably get going too.
Oh,
Quer voltar com nós?
you want me to leave so soon?
Oh,
I'm rather enjoying the evening breeze. If you don't mind, I think. Apologies
Vou
for
ficar
not
aqui.
attending to you like a proper host. Please forgive.
Shield sai de cena.
Oh, you decided to stay a little longer.
Pega!
Let's take in the ocean view together then.
Ai, que delícia!
Oh, I wonder if Linny ran into any issues. Let's hurry back and see how everything went.
Vai me falar isso bem na cara da Arlecchino, beleza. Vamos ver, vamos aproveitar a vista juntos ali, ó. Espero que você venha pra minha conta, hein, Arlecchino, mas brabismo. Brabismo. E daqui a pouco nós vai ser na porrada, então é isso. Deixa eu bater um print rápido entre nós. É isso. Arlecchino e viajante. Pode dar certo isso? Esperamos que sim. Arlecchino e Senpai, Senpai Arlecchino. E Deus na frente, né? Quando o pai e a serva Arlecchino estão no mensageiro, o doutor se ofereceu para trabalhar na casa da Larilha. Pai rejeitou.
Except for one. It had to do with some sort of secret experiment.
Secret experiment? Could that be?
I don't think so.
I don't know any details about the experiment itself, but I do know it's an entirely independent operation. The doctor only proposed a direction for the research. That was the extent of his involvement. I still don't think that counts as working together. The details of the experiment are confidential, but complete records are kept on all participants. That doesn't seem to be the case with the situation Clairvy referred to. I know you don't agree with some of the Fatui's methods, and I'm not asking you to. But I am asking you to trust us on this. The House of the Hearth has its own principles. There are certain lines we're not willing to cross.
That's supposed to be.
Vai chegar a hora quando vai ser
That
isso.
is for you to decide.
Você tem uma
Then we
salvação.
have a deal. Follow me.
Em nome de Jesus. Bora lá. Agora é daqui que a gente vê. Caraca, agora sim. Eu quero ver se a quarta mensageira... Eu quero ver o que é que a quarta mensageira Fatui pode fazer. Pode vir. Pode vir, Arlecchino. Deixa eu jogar a câmera pra cima, né? Que agora é batalha, né, mano? Pode vir quente que eu tô fervendo. Já dizia o nosso amigo André.
É, normalmente eu falo isso quando eu tô jogando de Yunli. Lá do Star Rail. Deixa o bicho vir quente, porque a Yunli vai devolver fervendo.
Se não houver problema.
I'll allow it. We do have a ready-made dueling ring at our disposal, after all. All I would advise is this. Keep a firm grasp on your weapon, and give it your all. Any less, and you may just lose your life.
Aê! Agora vai. A luta é agora. Começa o jogo. Toma aí na cara, Arlecchino.
Olha o pau quebrando, vai! Eita porra! Liga na marcha, pai! Eita porra! Pega! Pega!
As ideias.
Gravação. E aí, Conan?
E aí?
Estamos lutando contra o Arlecchino aqui, hein? Top, você tá no vídeo. Tá no vídeo.
Salve.
Rising flames. Are you all right? It's my turn now. Now that's more like it.
Rain outlines your ceremonies.
Look out!
With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of
Hear me.
Eliminei o contrato de vida com cura. Oh, segura, segura.
Trapped like a bunch of helpless ants. Is it my turn now?
Let me feel right.
Elimina o contrato de vida e os ataques carregados. Nossa, filha da... Descemos a primeira parte. Caraca, uma anja de cá. Pode vir. Arlecchino modo full. Vem!
Ó o pau quebrando, vai! Eita porra! Briga na marcha, pai! Eita porra! Pega! Pega!
Fase 2 da Arlecchino. Kamehameha, escapa. Tá. Vai. Kamehameha, desviou, Kamehameha. 3.
Gostando da batalha dela?
Segunda fase. Ah, não terminou com o viajante. Vai.
Ó o pau quebrando, vai! Eita porra! Briga na marcha, pai! Eita porra! Pega! Pega!
Nossa.
Oh, I know.
Boa.
I'm sorry, father.
Porra. Caraca.
Sorry for what? This pitiful excuse for an attack.
Ai. Caraca, eu tô preso, irmão. Me solta daqui. Me solta daqui, Arlecchino. Vai.
Made it out out, did you? You're stronger than I expected.
Que isso? Que isso?
Maconha!
Do camesim. Caraca, tá me segurando. Em nome de Jesus, não, vou morrer aqui.
Still, not strong enough to beat me.
Caraca. Você é forte, mas não o suficiente pra me derrotar. Caraca, chamou ele de fraco. Chamou nós de fraco.
I believe we can end things here. It's not often that we get to enjoy the company of guests after all. We wouldn't want things to get too out of hand. Brother, are you
Praticamente, você é fraco, lhe falta protagonismo. É foda.
Given that I am the victor of this duel, as agreed, the punishment stands.
No!
I never thought things would end like this.
However, everyone involved in the duel demonstrated a remarkable level of strength and determination. In light of this, I'm prepared to change the method of execution. Elwar, the bottled flames I gave you for safekeeping. Do you still have them?
Yes? I wasn't sure what they were for, but I've kept them.
Wonderful. Then, in just a moment, I'll have you administer them.
Bottled flames?
Indeed. They're the product of a secret experiment. Under certain special circumstances, flames can be extracted from my person and preserved. Once ingested, searing pain will spread across every inch of your body. No harm will come to you physically, but your memories will be burned away. If you can withstand the pain. When you awake, you'll have forgotten everything you know about the House of the Hearth, and will be expelled from the organization.
É isso. Resumindo a história do Arlecchino, deixa eu... Pra não dar spoiler pro Eletro, deixa eu montar aqui. Resumindo a história do Arlecchino, o Arlecchino tem a Casa da Lareira, que é como se fosse a escola dela. Antigamente essa Casa da Lareira ela era uma das alunas. A Casa da Lareira são crianças órfãs de todo mundo que eram colocadas ali dentro, só que uma brigava com a outra para ser a chefe. Daí a chefe de lá botou a filha dela, a filha dela não queria, mas teve que entrar lá. Aí um dia a filha dela brigou com a Arlecchino matou, mas a filha dela falou, ó, pra derrotar, acabar com esse sistema, mata a minha mãe. A Arlecchino falou, deixa comigo. A Arlecchino foi lá, matou a mãe dela e virou a mensageira Fatui. Aí hoje ela comanda essa Casa da Lareira, mas não com essas regras. Só que tinha uma regra aí de que quem traía a Casa da Lareira ia ser morto. Corta pescoço. Daí o LYNEY ajudou esse espírito aí, meio que era de fora. LYNEY, Lynette, Freminet. E tinha umas pessoas falando em matar Arlecchino, né? Essas crianças aí, só que ela botou vigia. Aí a vigia viu tudo e ela considerou isso como uma traição. Não traíram, mas estavam falando. E o LYNEY estava ajudando o fantasma. Aí ela falou pro viajante, ó, vocês não adianta vocês me enrolar que não vai dar bom. Então, você que decide, viajante, se quer defender eles ou não. Aí a gente foi pra cima da Arlecchino. E no final, ela venceu nós. Só que tirou o pé e falou, ó, vamos dar remédio pra vocês. Vocês vão ser expulsos da casa, vocês, as crianças. Mas vocês vão tomar esse remédio, vão sentir um pouco de dor, depois as memórias vão ser apagadas. LYNEY, Lynette, Freminet ficam aqui. O viajante valeu pela luta, mas é assim que a gente termina aqui. Entre vocês, crianças, e eu. Essa é o Arlecchino. Pronto, esse é o fim da fantasminha.
You've worked tirelessly from the shadows to overthrow the House of the Hearth. Now, by my authority as the Knave, I shall announce how this matter ends. You are hereby expelled from the House of the Hearth. You are no longer tied to this place, nor are you bound by its rules.
You're saying that I can finally leave? I get to experience the outside world as well? Oh, I almost forgot. There's no getting older for me. Still, seeing who you grew up to be makes me really happy, Arle. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.
May we meet again someday.
Já foi.
She left so soon. Paimon didn't even get to finish her story.
I also have certain sentiments left unsaid.
Quanto a vocês, nos encontraremos novamente como amigos do inimigos. Me lembrarei da camaradagem que compartilhamos nesse momento. Ah, você na porrada da mesma vez.
How arduous the journey ahead, I hope we both reach our desired destination.
Isso aí. Não importa o quanto difícil seja a jornada, que a gente chegue no fim. GG missão do Arlecchino. E o boss dela fica aberto aqui pra vir enfrentar ela aqui. É isso. Fechamos a missão. Aqui é só ativar aqui, que vai ativar o boss. Finalmente. Essa luta foi do cacete, mas infelizmente o Arlecchino acabou nos chamando de fraco, né? Falou, você tá forte, viajante, mas não tá forte o suficiente pra me derrotar. Então, é complicado. Que nem Itachi Sasuke, né? Você é fraco, lhe falta ódio, mas aí é fácil chamar de fraco, né? Se o Arlecchino pegasse no nosso ombro e na nossa mão e falasse, pô, vem cá treinar comigo aqui na casa da lareira aqui, que eu te ensino umas técnicas pra ir pra Neila, que é a nação da guerra. Aí beleza, mas provavelmente ela não vai fazer isso. É nós por nós, então eles vão ter que ficar forte, recuperar o poder da luz pra, se a gente enfrentar ela e a tropa toda de Snatchnaya, vencer. Mas é isso. Esse foi o nosso vídeo. Aí os próximos vídeos já é indo pra Neila, País de Fogo. Quero dar um salve aqui pro André e Connor. Estão aqui mutadinho, mas estão aqui na cal. Um salve pros dois aí. Vocês dois querem falar alguma coisa?
Não. Salve.
É nóis. Obrigado a uma pessoa da live. Tamo junto. Aí, Eletro, Connor, salve. Tamo junto.
Tamo junto.
Valeu. Terminamos a missão. Então, é isso. Nos vemos daqui pra frente. No País de Fogo. Valeu.